Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Gems of War Campaign 5, Week 5, Day 7. So today, of course, we're going to be having a bit of a longer stream. It is the final day of the week, so we'll start off by going over some of the spoilers for next week. Aside from that, though, we of course still have the Vold event going on for a couple more hours. And we're going to be utilizing some of those hours. Over 7 more hours, we still got that. And yeah, we're going to farm it a decent amount. We're going to probably go definitely until we hit level 1,650. So however many keys we get by then, that is the goal. Get to around 1,650. Go open every vault key we have. Or not every vault key we have, but every vault key we have down to 250. Which, depending on how many we get to stream, is probably at least 30. Because it's not counting our pity keys yet. How many are there? We're open down to 250. We might hand out 2 codes this stream. I said earlier I wasn't going to, but we might. It's going to be a longer stream after all. And we'll go from there. Mail, I'm pretty sure is just my pity keys. Oh yeah, both of those numbers are incorrect now, aren't they? I believe we are at 7 and 7. So let me go to that because I got 1 off stream and the pity keys. We're also done off stream, I am pretty sure. But there we go. 7 plus 7 plus 1 is where we're at. With another 27 till the next pity key. But anyways, let's get to that grinding. Actually, before we do, let me go over the weekly spoilers. Then we'll probably clear out dailies, and then we'll get to the grinding. But let me go and bring up gemsofwar.com. Did I just spell it incorrectly? There we go. I was gonna say, why does it take so long to load? But anyways, hello everyone. Hello Hong. Hello Gem. God Diaz. Hello Bill. Warhammer. Hello Cookie. Hello Ricardo. Hello Australians, and hello David, welcome. Okay, let's get into this. So, let's see, I smell a rat. Let me guess, it's gonna have a boost ratio and not posted here. Calling it now. Let's see, deal 14 damage to the last enemies, boosted by lycanthropy gems. Called it! Okay, now we need to go use a third-party source just to figure out what on earth its boost ratio is. I didn't even know what the troop was, I just guessed. Though, if they had any stats effect, it was obviously that they weren't going to post it. 10? Okay, that's not a bad number. Deals a very small amount of damage to the last enemy, boosted by 10 per lycanthropy gem. That'd be great in Arena, if nothing else. If you can actually get lycanthropy gems into Arena. Currently, during the event, that's a little bit more possible. But when it's not the event, it's going to be kind of hard to do. It has that annoying lycanthropy thingy. Overall, it's pretty useless. Even in Arena, because the chance that you're really going to have a way to create a lot of lycanthropy in Arena when it's not this event is exceedingly low. Though they do occur there during the event. But even then, it's still pretty low. Anyways, hello, Isabel. Hello, Beg. Hello, Trilogy. Hello, everyone else. Welcome. And as far as the scoring, it looks like... Wait, why is it 3, 4, 5? What? Doesn't make any sense. I assume the treasures are worth more. Wait, what? It's worth less. Okay, this is even more confusing. Did no one do the breakdown yet? Okay. So, the blood is worth 2. The treasures are worth 1. So basically, you'd always want to do these 3. And then the next priority would be Sledge Paw. Then Zerator. With the hex wrap being the lowest. Is that what I'm getting here? Sure seems like it. If I read it correctly, that seems to be the case. Where these are the highest 3 priority. Then that, then that, then that. Why is it in this order? What is this order? That is so strange. How do I even describe that for Monday? I might just copy paste it into the description and just say luck there. Why must they make it so annoying? They just do not stop making annoying world events today. Anyways, where were we? So, other things that we got going on next week other than a very weirdly scored world event. We have ourselves Guild Wars, of course. Guild Wars going on all throughout the week. Monday, of course, is for setting up your teams, and every subsequent day is 1 color per day for the rest of the week. And we'll be doing that, of course, every single night. Faction event is, of course, associated to the Kingdom, and we have Dark Pits. Wednesday, we have ourselves the... is this a new pet? I think it's a new pet. Yeah, we get the Liberty Bell for Independence Day for United States. It's a cosmetic pet, but yeah, the Liberty Bell's coming into the game. I thought it was a nose at first a while back, and it's like, oh yeah, it's a bell. From a distance, it looks like a nose, but it is indeed a bell. But yeah, we're getting that cosmetic pet this Wednesday, so definitely make sure to get that, as cosmetic pets are extremely annoying to get after the fact, though it's still possible, luckily. Though normally years after, unless you want to spend money for them. But anyways, Thursday class event, we of course have Assassin because it's Mr. Scales event, and Friday we have ourselves a raids. And we should be getting a new weapon through those raids as well. And let me go double check what weapon that is. I don't recall if it was good or not. Let's see. Is that this Friday? That is indeed this Friday. It deals magic plus 7 damage to an enemy boosted by Dragon's Claw allies, and then creates a mix of red and purple. It does not feed mana into itself. It uses green-yellow. It's a pretty standard double thingy, just for Dragon's Claw specifically. I'm not sure how useful that is. Dragon's Claw synergy isn't really too good compared to what it used to be. Just because kind of dragons completely fell off. But, the 50% Mana Star Dragon does reside there, right? Pretty sure it does. So it's not completely useless. At least it has that synergy. Plus the Dragon Claw hero class, with the Dragon hero class is obviously from here as well. But, where's the 50% Mana Star thing? Wasn't it here? Could have sworn it was here. Was it you? It is you. Okay. So yeah. It does have the 50% start then. Okay, that's not too bad. It feeds into Divinia. You can feed purple into the Mythic. Though there isn't much else to synergize with the Mythic. Does the other Mythic use purple as well? It does. It actually feeds into either Mythic. Interesting. I believe yellow feeds back into the weapon as well, because it uses green-yellow. Interesting. It might actually not be horrifically bad with Ashtara. Oh, I hate that that's when turn begins and not on extra turn, though. Because it's going to get almost no blesses. And hero and that thing, if they're going to loop between each other, or at least attempt to, will make it so you have 2 less blesses, meaning at most you'd only have 2 blesses. Meaning at most, really, realistically, only could be doing 11 gems. Which is not a lot for that high of a mana cost. Oh yeah, we still have Egg Thief too. It's based on Dragon's Claw, not on dragons, so you can use non-dragons as well. Not like there's that many non-dragons here, but it is one of them. That is not a dragon. Actually, it might be literally the only thing in this whole kingdom that's not a dragon now that I think about it. The Egg Thief. Is it really? It might actually be. Egg Thief is the only non-dragon in this entire kingdom. I didn't realize it was that heavily concentrated, gosh. I knew it had a lot. I didn't realize it was that many. Oh, no. Periton as well. Okay, make that 2. There are 2 things that are not a dragon. Egg Thief and Periton. Everything else is a dragon. Interesting. Anyways, that's the weapon we're getting next weekend. Next Friday. Yeah, I already got some caffeine. We'll be up a while. Oh yeah, we're getting a new mythic too. I almost forgot about that. You're correct. Tomorrow, or I mean this Friday is the first Friday of the month. It is the 2nd, I believe it is. I forgot to go and look at it. I'm not sure if I looked at this mythic yet. Let's go bring it up. Let's see. Looks very robotic. Is that from Kizale? It is. Interesting. You would normally expect that from Madonna, of course. We got the Mithrilian mythic from Kizale. It's a construct only. One thing to note about constructs is they do not have a 50% mana start. Mechs do, but constructs do not. As far as its ability, explodes a 3x3 block. That's a little bit weird for a mythic. Gain magic times 1.5, plus 1 armor. So far, so bad. Barrier a random ally for every skull destroyed. Oh yeah, I remember this. They basically made one of the golems, that should be like 10 or 12 mana cost or so, into a mythic that costs 24 mana cost, while giving it almost no additional benefit. This is basically an ultra rare as a mythic. The only thing that's somewhat relevant about it is it does get to reflect 75% of skulls, which is kind of weird that's not just 100. And it also gets that really big spell reduction. Oh yeah, it also has that insane growth thing, which prior was actually a unique trait on Worldbreaker, but they gave it to this too, gain random 5 to a random skill per extra turn. I thought that was a unique trait, but apparently they put it on him. But overall, it's going to be pretty bad. It's basically a 10 mana cost troop as far as its ability. So it's very exceedingly underwhelming. Most of its value comes from its traits, and it's a weird mix because it has Skull Reflect but doesn't have Skull Reduction. It does have Spell Reduction, which can come into play. It has no immune to stun, so you just stun this thing and it's out. You basically have no value on this mythic. It's just a useless mythic once it's stunned. I don't understand why it doesn't have a 20 mana cost and a slightly better ability. Like, it needs like one additional thing happening to really make that work. Because there's already pretty much a troop that does this. I forget which one it is. But there's already a golem that pretty much barriers... Problem is I forget what troop it is. I know it exists, though. Is it you? No, it's not you. Burn for every red. Was it you? Destroy a No. I know it exists. Does it not? I know there's so many stats effects for them. I could have sworn there was a golem that already did it. Maybe I was thinking of Reflect. Still, there's so many better ways to 4x barrier. Was there not one? There it is. Here it is. Here's the troop I was referring to. So this explodes a gem, barriers an ally for each skull destroyed, and gains a bunch of life. So as you can see, it will do 1 barrier per skull destroyed with a 3x3 explosion. This does a 3x3 explosion. This does a durability gain, though it is slightly higher than the other one, but they both do a durability gain. The other one does HP, which is better. This one does armor. And then it barriers a random ally for every single skull destroyed. It is basically this troop for 24 mana cost. Which doesn't make any sense at all. From the Durgaraf faction, you can get the new mythic. So if you want the new mythic coming this Friday, just throw some Chaos Shards at Dungaraf and you already have them, pretty much. Obviously its traits are different. But as far as its ability, it is effectively the exact same ability. Which I don't really understand why they made that mythic such a horrible ability. Yeah. It's basically this troop with a higher mana cost with slightly better traits. That's it. It is pretty bad. Also, this is also bad because now KZL has 2 horrible mythics. Actually, Stonehammer might be better than this thing. It is such a horrible mythic. It's really unfortunate. But yeah, it's bad. That's rather unfortunate. He's pretty much already exists. Just use Deep Golem. Pretty much the same thing. Which kingdoms can be level 20? All 5. Or some not achievable yet. Oh, which magic kingdoms can be level 20? Blighted Lands can. Darkstone can. Darkstone is magic, right? Yeah, just making sure. But Blighted Lands can. Darkstone can. Zolkari cannot. Karkaroff can. And Silverglade cannot. So 3 of them can. Karkaroff, Darkstone, and Blighted Lands are the 3 that can. Yeah, those 3. All kind of near each other. And the other 2, I believe, are just 1 event away. Actually, no, Silverglade still has a ways to go. However, Zolkari's 1 event away from having enough. Actually, does Silverglade have a faction yet? It does. Why does Silverglade have so few troops? That's kind of weird. Center Mirage is almost catching up with it. Gosh. I didn't realize Silverglade had so few. Yeah, Zolkari's is 1 event away, because if it gets 2 more... oh no, it needs 3 more people, though, doesn't it? Never mind, it needs 3 troops, not 2. So 1 more event wouldn't be enough. Unless it gets a new mythic sometime soon, too. Or a new legend or something. But anyways, what's this flash offer? Oh yeah, it is the same thing. It's okay value. Anyways, let's go clear our dailies real quick. And then we'll go mess with Dust Level. Actually, we're already on Dust Level. Might as well use it for these earlier battles. And of course, the fact that this can reach 20 star, the main reason why you'd want to do that is for the extra magic. This 20 star does give 1 extra stat. And magic is the most useful stat. Yeah, Yagway is pretty much a mythic. It's pretty funny because when Will of Nisha was added to the game, I was hoping it would have like a yellow to purple convert or something similar to what Yagway has, so that it could be kind of similar to it since they were both a magic stealing kind of premise of a troop. But it didn't end up doing that. And now Yagway is basically the mythic. Whereas Will of Nisha is kind of like a legendary, even though it is a mythic. But yeah, Yagway is really strong. It's actually the first legend I ever fully medaled. It's also really good for Bounty Hunter if you're not at the point where you can run 4 bounty troops yet, but you want to run 3 with 1 other troop. Yagwe is really good as that 1 other troop in that team. It's also used for Yagwe Queen Titania, which is one of the strongest non-mythic teams in the entire game. It doesn't upskill though. Yagwe is mostly good for PvP and similar related stat battles. Not particularly good in upscaling, which makes it bad in factions and other similar locations. They could do lower level factions, but not the higher level. You got 106 Vault Keys and 7 Epic Vault Keys. Gosh, you've been grinding a lot. That is a pretty good haul. Over 100 too, that's pretty insane. Triple digits. Do you know the total amount of time you've been going for yet? That's a pretty sizable amount for that many. But congrats, that's absolutely amazing. I am nowhere near that. I am 15 total keys right now. We will be grinding for quite a bit tonight. Because as I mentioned, we are not ending the stream until we are level 1,650. So we got a bit of grinding to do. Since I wasn't able to get as much done this weekend for it. You haven't slept since last stream? That's not good. You should probably sleep. Should probably get some sleep. I've never gotten even remotely close to 100 keys. I think the highest I ever gotten was about 40 or so. And it was on one of those super ultra buff weekends. I think it was like 40 or 50. I can't remember. That's the highest I ever got prior. Alright, cleared out Diamond Day. We did all that. Oh, we got a gift. Thank you for the gifts. 25 gems. To go with our collection. You kind of need it after the last faction. I overspent like almost quite a few hundred on it so we could get it done quicker. Also did it for that Tuesday event while I was gone just so we could get it done quicker as well since I was away on vacation at the time. I only spent 90 on it instead of 30, which isn't really that big a difference. Plus we've been getting a couple offers like the pet one there though. My offers today are absolutely horrible. Anyways, let's keep grinding. Gonna be doing it for quite some time. We'll hand out 2 codes to stream. One we'll do, probably when we get our next level. And the other one we might do a little bit closer to when we did the keys. I'm looking for this team. The team we'll be using for the next, like, 2 hours. But yeah, we might be streaming to midnight today, we'll see. Maybe not that long. I'm not sure how long it even takes to get that much XP these days. With the quickest XP farming method, which is what we're doing. Which also, luckily, is also the same method that we do for quickest gnomes in the game. We could always switch to the even quicker team, which would be go plug in a controller and use triple dust devil. I mean, not triple dust devil, triple iron hawks. The only problem with that is some gnomes will survive 20 damage. And I'd rather not have to deal with that. Hello, Brandon. Let's see. You now have Ganas, Mifas, Impas, Hestus, Vervalis. Oh, gosh, there's a lot of them. Yeah, I ended up farming a little bit last night as well for it. Not too many, though. I think I got like 3 more 80s. I should hopefully be covering videos for it starting next Tuesday. I can't really cover it tomorrow, even if I have time to do it tomorrow, just because YouTube has a weird algorithm thing where pretty much realistically you can only post 1 really big video per day. Normally that's the Monday video we do for Gems of War. But Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I'm going to see if I can get a video out every day for Age of Calamity. Or at least one of those days, if not all of them. Because the first video we could do going over the lab, the second video we could do going over how to farm the new stage. On max difficulty, and the third one could be something. I'll think of something by then. Hey, Valky, nice. YouTube has a weird algorithm where if you try posting 2 videos, it doesn't necessarily recommend both of them properly, which causes the other one to become completely unseen. It's kind of weird how it works. Yeah, the big issue with Link is he has like 20 different max weapons, unlike every other character that has one. With the one exception of Zelda, who has... Well, actually, technically Zelda only has one as well. Her tablet. Because her bow is Bow of Light, so you already have that. And then the bikes do not drop. So never mind, everyone has one except Link. Because even though Zelda has 3 different weapons, only her tablet can be maxed. Because Bow of Light is already maxed and her bike doesn't drop. Hey, how many trophies does, that's a good question. I can actually check that. How many trophies did Isabel get with 107 vault keys? So that does include pity, though. The 107. She has gotten 10,663. That is over 9,000. Also, we kind of have 2 people that kind of went over 9,000. I'm not sure if he's still going. But, yep, 10,663 trophies. While getting 104 vault keys plus 7 epic vault keys, including pity. That is a lot. Anyways. Let's keep grinding. Got a lot of grinding to do. You haven't stayed up playing gems this late for a while. It's 1:30 a.m. Nice. Oh, if there was any night to do it, now would be the night, given that's still a vault event for another 6 hours or so. We're not going to be going that late, though. We'll be lucky if the stream reaches midnight. Though this will probably be about a 3-hour stream or so. So 3 hours from now technically is almost midnight. My playtime for Age of Calamity is actually really high. I think it's like 350 or 300 or something. A lot of it was seal farming, though. There's also streamed it quite a bit messing around with stuff. Like, we've done the full storyline like 4 or 5 times now. Most recently on Apocalyptic, of course. They have really absurd number of hours in some games. Case in point, we have 13,017 hours in Gems of War. That's over the course of like 6.5 years, though. Also, one game I'm actually surprised I haven't hit 1,000 hours in yet. Fall Guys. I think I'm only at like 800 hours in that game. I haven't been playing as much recently, though. We'll probably stream it again at some point soon, though. Definitely a really fun game to revisit, especially when they do new seasons and stuff. We get a bunch of cool new maps and cool costumes. Lorena? Anything good? That is our best drop. That isn't a key. I'll take it. Pokemon Shield is almost 500 hours. Nice. I don't think I even hit 100 in it, or if I did it slightly over 100. I'll likely have over 1,000 in Pokemon Unite in under a year. I still haven't really been looking into what's been going on. I know they beta tested it in like 2 or 3 different countries already now, at this point. Hopefully it comes out later this year. I was expecting it to come out this summer, but they've been kind of quiet about it recently. I feel like the next big announcement stream Pokemon might do, they'll announce it. Though they haven't really done anything since their anniversary stream, which was in like, what, February this year or something? Somewhere's around there. Because aside from announcing the new Diamond and Pearl, the other one in that same region, and that one stream that they did a while back, they haven't really mentioned anything since then. Like big announcements. Who knows, maybe they're gonna cancel the game now. I highly doubt it. They're just beta testing it for a very long time. I think the first beta was early as October of last year or something. So it's been in beta for almost a year now. It's a very long beta. Have I played Fire Emblem Heroes? No. I didn't bother getting into it. I did play New Houses though. New Houses was a lot of fun. I still never played the DLC for New Houses though. I might stream it at some point. I'll just play it in my own time. I feel like it's a pretty bad stream game though. Some parts of it's like really slow paced, especially with how I think out my turns. Some like Slay the Spire or other similar games are a lot more quick paced. Kind of interesting to watch. Whereas Three Houses is kind of glacially slow at points. Well, it's kind of impossible for something like Pokemon Unite to launch that bad. If it's going to launch badly, it's going to be people's reception of it more so than the actual quality of the game. Like, everyone hated on it initially just because it's a MOBA. But, I don't know. Seems like a fun genre to have a Pokemon game for. I know back in Warcraft 3, when it was, like, super popular, I'm pretty sure someone has modded a MOBA just using a bunch of Pokemon mods, or a bunch of Pokemon characters for the game. Back when Dota 1 was super popular. Which is still played to this day, but a lot less so ever since Dota 2 became a thing 8 years ago. There's actually still one MOBA I play on Warcraft 3 ever so occasionally. It's Battle Tanks and Battleships. It's basically a MOBA where it's a 5 versus 5 and your thing has like automatic shooting weapons, which is a rather unique angle for MOBAs because no mainline MOBA actually does that mechanic. Which I'm actually rather surprised it hasn't been adopted by any MOBA yet. Or not, at least none that I'm aware of. But it's actually a pretty fun mechanic. Where basically, you still have your casting abilities, but instead of having to like right-click or, you know, do your auto attacks, it does it automatically based on a certain amount of range. Which would be perfect for a mobile device too. Yeah, I don't recall any that has done that yet. There's active abilities in some that do something similar, but none that specifically have that mechanic, where the items themselves are the things that are basically your auto attack. I don't know, maybe we'll do a 3-house stream again, we'll see. I know we'll be doing, around my birthday, we'll be doing a lot of, that week leading up to it. We'll be doing a lot of, Mario Party. See if we can get a lobby going for the previous Mario Party, as well as doing the new Mario Party. Because if I'm not mistaken, that comes out the, last Friday of October. So we're going to be doing a lot of Mario Party that month. Or that week, I should say. Not the entire month. But, yeah, the last Friday in October, we are getting, next Mario Party. Which is still one of my favorite series of all time. I have the physical version of it. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I need to go get the physical of it, don't I? But I don't normally get physical, but I do have the physical of every single Mario Party in existence, with the exception of the Wii U ones. Which I should probably get at some point for collection purposes, though they're probably like so expensive right now. I think there was 2 released for Wii U. That'd be weird buying a game that I can't even play. I'm pretty sure they're way too overpriced. I might just ignore those. I kind of ignored the entirety of the Wii U. Which I'm kind of curious now. How much do they cost? I don't even know the name of it, though. I think Mario Party 10? I think Mario Party 9 might have been on Wii. I can't remember. I know 8 definitely was. I think Mario Party 9 might have been the first Mario Party where they did the boat thing, or the car thing, which was one of the worst games in the entire series. But I believe it was still on, what's it called? The Wii, not the Wii U. Let's see, Mario Party 10. It's either like 30 bucks or like 100 plus. There is no in between, let's see. Let's see, 30 bucks, 15 plus tax. Okay, that's what I thought, okay. It's such a bad game that everyone just wants to get rid of their copy. It hasn't gotten to the ultra overpriced range yet. Yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, seems like it's like 30 bucks plus shipping for the most part. Was that the only one released on Wii U? I can't remember. It was either 1 or 2. I know for sure Mario Party 10 did. But yeah, Mario Party is a really fun series. My only concern with this new one that they're going to be doing is there's not enough minigames and not enough stages. However, at least the stages won't be bad because they're literally just copying stages that they've done in the past. So there are a few differences with them, but they're still pretty much the same premise, which is good. So they almost can't really mess it up. I wonder if they're just going to start a series like that now for Mario Party games. Like them realizing that they can't really make a proper new one. So they're just going to copy every Mario Party they've ever made. Because it's a completely new company now. It has been for pretty much since Mario Party has been bad. I think Mario Party 8 was the last Mario Party ever made, while it was still a good series. And then it went under new management and went super downhill very quick. Oh, only one Mario Party was on the Wii U. Okay. That's what I thought. Because 1 to 3 is on N64. 4 to 7, I believe, was on GameCube. It was either 6 or 7. 6 had that weird mic mechanic. 7, I can't remember if it was on GameCube or not. And then we had either 7, 8, 9 or 8 and 9. It might have been 7, 8, 9. I cannot remember which one 7 was on. I think it might have been on GameCube. Because I believe GameCube had the most out of any of them with 4. And also the Game Boy Advance and DS version. Also, the DS version was actually one of the best versions of Mario Party ever made. But not a lot of people played it because it was on in the handhelds. Or, you know, it wasn't like a console version or anything. And every single person, I believe, needed a copy of the game if you wanted to make a lobby. Which is very annoying. But it had so many unique mechanics. Especially with the double screen mechanic, as well as the mic blowing thing. As well as the touchpad thing. They ended up utilizing everything so well. That's one slightly nice or bad thing about this next Mario Party 2. It's all capable in handheld mode, which means it's all button inputs. You don't have to have those weird like Joy-Con like modes, or you know, where you have to use like a weird Joy-Con in some way or something. That takes away some of the creativity, but at least it makes it a lot more accessible. Hello, young boy Ali! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, there's only 100 minigames and 5 stages in the new Mario Party that's coming out, which both seem way too low. I can't remember how many some of the earlier Mario Parties had, but I feel like 8 stages with like 200 minigames should be more of the target goal. Like pretty much almost double what they're doing. Oh, Trilogy, is your birthday today? Happy birthday. Is that even see you mentioned that earlier? Hold up, I'm missing a lot of chat then. We found 5 epic vault keys since last night. 7 total weekend plus 36 drops and 14 pity so far. Nice, congrats. Yeah, we don't do too many long Gems of War streams these days. We need to a bit more often. I used to quite a bit more in the past. The biggest issue is they haven't really added any kind of new content that's really good for grinding. However, next patch does look like it's going to do that to some degree. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. It does look like they're trying to slowly change up the game some. But the biggest issue is they're not really adding like new things to do. More so changing up already existing things. Though a lot of their focus was probably on Puzzle Quest 3 the last year or two or so. As well as this next upcoming year until it's fully launched. And even then, still developing it once it's fully launched. So a lot of their focus is probably going to be switched between the two. Or, you know, split between the two. Because now they're going to have 2 live service games running instead of 1. Which is double the work. Alright, catch you later, Anthony. Catch you later. Have a fine time. Let's see. I know, I can't believe the Treasure Gnome still drops 100 souls. Ever since they had the Soul Gnome, it seems even more of a pitiful drop. What's even worse is when Cedric drops 2,500. If Trilogy wants me to sing for his birthday, we'll sing Happy Birthday. Trilogy needs to be the one who mentions it, though. But if he wants it, we will. We've made that tradition for about a year now or so. So we'll keep it up. I can't remember when we started, but I believe it was about a year ago or so. I think it was originally just a joke and then it became a thing. Yeah, today's gonna be a long stream. I might actually be here for even longer than I thought, too. The XP bar is barely moving. It is moving, though. But yeah, 2 levels takes, what, 4 hours? Might be here a little bit longer than anticipated. I'll keep going till it's done, though. Though I might be opening the vault keys a little bit earlier. Otherwise, we're going to be opening a billion vault keys at like midnight. Which I'd prefer to do it a bit earlier in the stream than that. Worst ever vault key event for you? You got 3 vault keys, 1 epic vault key, and 5 pity keys. Aw. At least you got an epic vault key if nothing else. Could have been worse. Oh, speaking of vault keys, hello. That would be 1. We're not doing too bad currently. As long as our pity key number isn't higher than the number of vault keys found, I'm kind of happy. Yeah, I might be streaming for a while. I forgot how long it takes to gain 2 levels in the current state of the game with this high of a level. But we'll do it! I said I would, and we shall. As long as it's still the Vault event, we'll keep going. So we got like 5-6 hours. We're not gonna stream that entire time though. But we're probably gonna stream a decent portion of it. And then I'll just record the Monday video and we'll be good to go. I won't even need to go to sleep. I can just do it while we're already up. Assuming I'm still up by then, I might need more caffeine. You didn't get an epic vault key? Yeah, I went a very long time without getting a single epic vault key. I think we went like 5 or 6 events in a row without getting a single epic vault key. We got really dry on it. I think the number of keys we got, we should have had like almost like 6 epic vault keys by then or something. Yeah, we had 0 by then. Got very unlucky. Lately I haven't been doing too bad. However, they did buff it as of several months ago. Which is probably why. But now it's not as bad getting them. Like most of most gnome weekends, you can end up getting 1 per weekend at least. It's not guaranteed, obviously, but how the drop rate is, it's a little bit more realistic to get it. Also, one thing I've been considering doing lately too is actually setting up our Twitch back up and having our stream so it goes to both, but have it so we don't have any ads or no nothing on the other side, and basically just have it to try to get people to the YouTube channel. Because there's a lot of games that will likely be playing over the next year or two that are going to do so horrible on YouTube. For Gems of War, it doesn't matter as much, but for quite a few other games it does. I've just hated every multi-streaming software I've ever used so far. There's not been a single one that I liked. You got bored, so you quit farming and started, let's see. Well, it is possible to do both simultaneously. 45 Volkeys and 5 Epics, nice. I feel like that does happen to me on most Vault weekends, though. Like, getting discouraged. Because you'll get like 1, 2, or 3 really bad hours in a row. And then it's like, is this really that worth it? And the answer is yes. But it doesn't feel like it when you're getting that unlucky. It happens though. You're binge grinding all day and night. Yeah, quite a few people do it on Vault weekends. If there was any time to grind this game, it is on Vault weekends. If you just grinded during this time and like barely played for the other 5.5 weeks, you'd pretty much be good to go. If you did like bare minimum the other 5.5 weeks, but just power grind the Vault weekends. However, that might not be the case anymore after next patch. There's some tweaks that might actually make it viable to always be farming. Whereas right now, it's very heavily based on the Vault weekends. Oh, they're all subtitles. I personally cannot stand having to read subtitles. I find it to be not relaxing. Trying to watch something, but you have to read all the subtitles. Because you're pretty much just reading the whole time. Yes, 100 souls is technically a better drop than 2 minor trade stones. Not by much, but it is. Because trade stones are useless in the current state of the game. At least 100 souls are theoretically used on something, which is a very small amount of them. So much so, I think we're getting like 12 souls per battle or something. So 100 is so ridiculously small in comparison. Obviously, that's not the main way you get souls, but most soul rates are upwards of, upwards of 50,000. Better soul farming teams in the game. So to get only 100 from a special gnome is pretty bad. Up 12 epics. One of his better drops, so I don't need it. Yeah, if you're just starting out in the game, 2 minor trade stones could theoretically be better than 100 souls. You do eventually get way past that point, though. Biggest issue with minor trade stones is you need so many of them. However, they're also the most common, so just every single battle you ever do just keeps giving them to you. Also, once your tribute gets better, you get quite a few of them from gold keys as well. Gold keys are a pretty good source of minor trade stones, as well as majors, but obviously the minors are more important. I'm not sure why, but the ratio of majors that you need is so ridiculously low. I think you almost need more runics than majors in the game, which is kind of weird. Because the other one's a higher rarity. Very weird mechanic. Wait, did I just get another vault key, or did you just get another vault key? I don't think I did. I must very not be paying attention to screen if so. Though there's a really easy way to tell. We started at 263. So whatever the difference between my current amount of vault keys and 263 is how many we've gotten. The only reason I specifically keep track is just for the sake of it. However, that would already be enough to know. Was that Sushi Ninja? I didn't say hi. Welcome, welcome. I do wish they would do something with trade stones in this game. I hate that currency so much. Oh, Volky. That one's definitely a Volky. That one would definitely be a Volky. When's the best time to open Volkies? At any point. I don't believe they have any kind of buff during the Vault events. I just like opening them during the end of the Vault event. Gives us something to do. So we're probably going to open all of them in the next half an hour or so. And then have more to open later tonight. Because we're going for a while. But I do want to open the Vault keys in a little bit. Then whatever more we get, we'll also open those later. Like Christmas morning, I know, right? Yeah, they're pretty exciting to open, that's for sure. So we're pretty much going to have 2 waves of Volky openings this stream, though. One in a little bit. And the other one in a couple hours from now. Because we will likely still be streaming then. Because we're not stopping till that number says 1650. And of course, if we're going to bother EXP farming, the best time to do so is during a vault event. The second best time is during a Guild War event, when you have double EXP. Or not double, but 100% extra. Which is not the same as double. Though it's almost double. That isn't the same. Because it just adds 100% to your total amount of EXP bonuses. It doesn't take what you already have and double the entire thing. So for most people, it's like 30-something%, high 30-something, which is not double. You attempted Pure Faction Dark Pits 3 times, and 3 times lost the tank and the mana generator in the first fight. Yeah, that can happen sometimes. Dark Pits has a pretty bad tank. It has a troop that's supposed to be a tank, but it doesn't tank properly. So, hello, Genki, welcome. Yeah, it's been getting pretty hot recently. Luckily, I do have an AC system. Which is not broken for once. I just had so many issues over the last several years. In part because of hurricanes doing damage to it. But luckily, it is currently working and functioning. Might be a dumb question, but is there ever Tradestone events by chance? Yes. I'm not sure if they still do it. I believe they do on occasion. It's not as common as the other few. But yes, there are events, or not necessarily events, but the weekly thing, instead of getting like a little bit extra gold or souls or something like that, honor from using a specific troop, the glory troop for the week, sometimes it gives you double Tradestones. Oh, for example, this week. But yeah, this is the closest you ever get to it. If you use Earth Dreamer in PvP, you get double the Tradestones. That is pretty much never worth doing. But that's the closest we ever get to what could be considered a Tradestone event. Basically double Tradestones if you use that troop, but only in PvP. Which is kind of weird, because Explorer is where you would normally want to try to farm tokens normally. Yet it only applies to PvP. Though some weeks it might be PvP and Explorer, I'm not sure. But that's the closest we ever get to a Tradestone event. So why do I feel like I don't have that troop? Did I forget to upgrade it? No, I did upgrade it. Otherwise it wouldn't go all the way there. Why must they make so many useless boosters that are forgotten about forever? It's still the event of it, and I still completely forgot about it. It is literally the event in which it comes out. And I have already forgotten in under a week that it even exists. During the week that it exists. I feel like we only get about, like, 5 or 10 good glory troops per year. Like, really good ones. Like, ones that just completely change the game. Like Night Spider last December. They're just game-breaking when they come in, as far as what they were utilized for. Which makes them a lot of fun. But then there's ones like that, which get forgotten about forever. And are pretty much just there to be there. Which unfortunately are more often than not. Like, it's not even something unique enough to really bother. Like, I could be okay with something super unique, but it's just horrible. Rather than something that's both horrible and not unique. Oh yeah, it's much better to be doing a gnome event right now, that's for sure. Still 6 more hours of it left. Also, we're halfway to the first level. Still got a ways to go. That might take 3 hours then. Kind of forgot. It takes like 2 or 3 levels per hour, doesn't it, these days? At least at this high of a level. Theoretically, the goal is to reach 1,650 before the end of this month. However, realistically, we're so close to the end of the month that we might as well finish it tonight. We got the time. A little under 6 hours left. There's no way we don't hit that by then. We're not gonna need all that time, but we're definitely going beyond midnight, that's for sure. Yeah, Vault events give a really absurd amount of resources. A really wide range, too. Unfortunately, it doesn't have deeds or writs and stuff in it, though. That would have been really nice. Kind of surprised they still haven't added them. Who knows, maybe next patch will do it. Slightly doubtful, though. I feel like they'll add some kind of other method to do it. That likely will not be in next patch. It could even be its own game mode, who knows. Could really use another minigame in the game, that's for sure. Especially since it seems like they're going to be planning to code some for Puzzle Quest 3. They could try coding one for Puzzle Quest 3 and Gems of War simultaneously. Maybe they'll get a concept that they want to do for Puzzle Quest 3 and then realize, you know what, this would actually be better in Gems of War. Yeah, I still have quite a bit of grinding to do in Puzzle Quest 3. Some of which I want to do before next patch, because every single major patch they do completely changes the entire economy and meta every single time. I've been trying to not use so many resources just because of how meta shifting every update is. There's a chance we get an update next Tuesday. Though what I want to do will definitely not be done by next Tuesday. I want to try, my next goal for that game, I'll most likely be doing it off stream. is to get 100 wins for every weapon in every dungeon. You get a bunch of extra power for doing it. Takes a while though. There's 15 dungeons in the game. However, the method of winning it with quick win I think takes like 3 minutes or so, counting loading screens. It's like 3 to 5 minutes. Let's say it's 5 minutes. It's 12 per hour, but I'm pretty sure it's quicker than that. And at 12 per hour, that is 7? 7, right? 7, 8, 7, 8. No, 8. That's about 8 hours per kingdom. Or per dungeon, I mean. And there's 15 of them. Though it's a bit quicker than that. I'm pretty sure it wins quicker than once every 5 minutes. And once I do that, I'm going to scrap nearly every weapon I have in that game. Only probably keeping the epic and above ones, with a few exceptions for the other tournament thingy. You thought I was done with everything in Puzzle Quest 3. No, there's still quite a few things we haven't done. Actually, that's pretty much the last thing we haven't done as far as current content. Then I think I haven't finished some of the side quests on one character or something. I think it was Berserker because it's such an annoying, weird hero class that isn't that good. The biggest issue with Berserker in that game is physical damage is so much worse than cast damage. Kind of like Gems of War. Where pretty much every battle is won off of cast damage and not off of skulls. With a few exceptions. But in that game, there's almost no exceptions. It's pretty much all just cast in the current state of the game until they rebalance it. Also, did we just get 100 shards? That's this biggest drop that isn't a key. It sure looked like 100. We'll check the replay. It was indeed 100. That's what I thought I saw, and that is what we saw. Also, one annoying thing about Gems of War, to this day, they still do not have an XP bar that shows in the game. Or not an XP bar, that it does have. But, you know, like the number of XP. I'm really curious to know what number that is this late in the game. I feel like the reason they don't have it is that number is so absurdly, ridiculously large that they feel like it'll be too intimidating to ever show anyone. But, I wish I knew what it was. We theoretically could keep track of it by, if we keep track of the amount of HP we gain for every single battle leading up to it. Oh, 1,000 glory, nice. However, the amount of battles we'd have to keep track of over the course of about 3 hours is absurdly high. Like 2 or 3 hours. To the point that I'm pretty sure almost no one is going to really do that. But it's so weird because you get an EXP number as a drop at the end of battle. Yet there's no EXP total in the game. It's obviously kept track of, but there's nowhere where you could visually see it within the game. So if you're in a guild and unlock the task to get an extra stats, if I leave the guild, will you lose the stat? Yes. The stat lasts for 1 week while you're in the guild. However, if you leave to a different guild, you now have no stats because you're not in a guild. Or not no stats, but you know, the bonus thingy. No, it's not permanent. It lasts for 1 week, but only lasts for people who are in the guild. Oh, yeah, another 1,000 glory already. Gosh, we're getting a lot all of a sudden. However, if you were to go into a new guild that does have the stats, you would immediately get it. Because basically getting the task done gives the stats for 1 week for the guild. But then anyone who joins the guild at any point within that time would also have the stats as long as they're in the guild. But it does not carry over when you're outside of the guild. Because you're not in a guild, since these stats are attached to the guild itself, not to your hero or anything. But yeah, theoretically, if you're in an active guild, they're technically like perpetual bonus stats. Because ours never really go down ever. Since we just get all the tasks done on Monday within like 1 hour. However long it takes, I'm not sure exactly. Maybe like 5 or 10 hours. Because not everyone is up exactly at reset. Oi. Hello, Nexus. Welcome. Yeah, I think I slightly underestimated how slowly the EXP bar moves. Well, luckily we have the time. Still got a little over 5.5 hours. We shall make it. We're probably gonna open our keys soon, though. Basically open most of them soon, and then the rest of them that we get later. Oh, you end up reaching level 1,600. Nice, congrats. Great milestone. We're currently working on 1,650. We're not ending the stream until we do. I tried to even put that in the title. We probably should. Let's see. Grinding until... Grinding to... If I could type. If I could type, thank you. Level... Oh no, there's not enough firm. Let's see. Yeah, I found a way to make it work. Aha! Can't put a comma in between the thing, but that's exactly 100 characters, which is the character limit for a YouTube title. We have used all 100. Though realistically, you generally want your title to fit between about 60 or so or less, just because some of it gets cut off in most screens. But there we go. 100 on the dot. You're tag teaming the leveling. Nice. I'm glad everything's back to normal then. Just got 4 gnomes in a row. Nice, congrats. Great to see. Okay, I'm definitely going to need to get more caffeine. Actually, I forget if I picked up more of the teas yet or not. I don't think I did, but I might still have some stored away. I only went food shopping once since I've been back. And I cannot remember if I picked up more or not. I don't think I did, but it's because I think we already had some. I didn't bother drinking before I left. But obviously have not expired since then. They're still good. Yeah, we're gonna need a little bit more caffeine for tonight. The only problem is both of them are like really heavy on sugar. Definitely having a little bit too much sugar. Do I take mail transfers? I don't have like a PO box or anything. just a mailing address. Oh, an email transfer. What do you mean by that? I'm actually not sure what that is. I misread what you said initially. We do have a PayPal and a few other donation things in the description. Not sure what you mean by email transfer though. A gnome. That is a bad drop. The Celestial's almost better. Also, how did we do on Celestials? We started at like 1,920, I think, this weekend. Somewhere's around there. And we are currently at only 11? Maybe we started a bit lower than that. Did we really only get 11 Celestials this weekend? Well, I guess that kind of makes sense. Because doing what we're doing gives about 1 Celestial per hour. Not counting if we get a triple drop off of gnomes, which I'm not sure if we even hit a single time this time. So that kind of makes sense. Because that means we've been farming for, like, what is that then? 10 hours this weekend? Somewhere around there. Well, 11 then, technically, if we did start at 9:20. Because they drop at about 1 per hour rate. Oh yeah, I ended up spending gems to get Mimic up. It's really not worth getting those little bonus troops up. I did it initially when they first came out, though it wasn't really that worth it at all. Yeah, I did it for Mimic. I got it to Legendary. Pretty much the second we saw our very first one. It was super not worth it. For only 4% gold bonus. The cosmetic pets are, oddly enough, probably the best value for upgrading of any pet. Just because in the current state of the game, they can't really be upgraded by other means. And having X amount of level 20 pets is needed for kingdoms. Also, you can be one of the few people in the game that actually has that max cosmetic pet. I'm pretty sure most people don't bother. The second you finish up Gems of War, you're just gonna go do Puzzle Quest. Nice. What are you currently doing in Puzzle Quest 3 right now? Because I know you finished the storyline. I see your levels going up, so it doesn't seem like you're doing side characters. They really need to add endgame content already for that game. They mentioned their most recent Q&A stream. They're definitely working on it. Though them working on it and it actually being in the game are two completely different things. There's a few things to do in post-game currently, but it's not really that fleshed out currently, because it's in beta. We're getting our other classes to 50, yeah, that's a pretty good one to do. Having all classes to 50. As well as finishing the full storyline with every class. As well as doing all the side quests with every class. And then from there, it's pretty much just all dungeons until they add more content. You got 33 dropped keys, 11 pity, and 5 epic this week. Nice. I'm still only at 1 epic right now. It's kind of sad. So we'll get at least a second one this stream. And our total keys at 17. That's a pretty good number of epic vault keys then for that amount. If you got 7 within 33. Realistically, you should get 1 every 10 vault keys, not counting pity. So you're at like double the drop rate currently. Because I'm pretty sure with 33 keys, that's like, what, 10 pity? 9 pity? Somewhere around there. That means you basically got double the drop rate on epic vault keys, so pretty lucky. Okay, I think it's almost time to hand out the first code and start opening vault keys. We'll probably hand out the code based on a major blue, major purple, power, or any of the old tarot card things, or whatever they're called. The Heart of Rage, the Sun, the ones like those. So if we get any of those drops, we'll hand out a code for it. 4 gem keys. Alright, let's go do it now. Let me just double check what my numbers are. We are at 274, which means we should be at 11 keys. Wait, we got 11? That's news to me. Yeah, we started with 263. And we currently have 274, which means we have found 11 vault keys, not 10. Let me go check my pity. Luckily, we have not claimed them yet. Oh, we have 8 pity. That might just keep like that, though, just to make it easier. I'm not going to open my pity keys yet. We'll save that for later. We'll open all of the ones currently down to 250. But we'll save the pity for later, just so we have our pity tracker. Makes things easier. Since whatever our pity is whatever that number says. And it says 8, so we have 8. There's a way to figure it out otherwise, though it's a lot more convenient just checking what on earth that number is. Okay, so let's go open... How many keys is this? Let's go open 24 keys. See what we got. And go from there. Oh, so I just go pure magic, right? Because we're already going to have mana start on the thing. Because I think I'm going to run Rogue Spider for this. Alright, let's open some keys. Hope for those juicy drops. Where's my Night Spider team? I know you're in here. Not Guild War teams. We'll need you next week. Alright, there we go. Okay, let's go open these keys. And the first really big drop, we'll hand out a code for. Mostly the orb drops. But also do it for any of the old Guardians, even though I don't need them. Or whatever they're called. I'm not even sure what the proper name for them is. Or all the old Season Pass, second to last rewards. Not sure if they even have a proper name. All those annoying things. That's the proper name. And it's match. Oh, well, we already got a major. That's nice. Is it a blue or purple or power? That is very much a blue or purple or power. Okay, first code time. Well then. I'll have another one in a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean some point later to stream. Let's see. That is indeed a blue. That is very much the color blue. Oh, that's a great start. Wait, I've already redeemed it? Code does not exist. Oh, do I have a space there or something? Aha! I somehow accidentally got an extra space. I was gonna say, I know for sure I didn't redeem this one yet. Here you guys go. There is the redeem code. Use on gemsofwar.com for the game code section. Your invite code can be found in your settings menu. Redeem code is right over there in chat. Just copy and paste the random numbers and letters starting with QR code. Haha, QR. Get it? It's a QR code. There we go. We just handed out a QR code. It starts with QR and it's a code. It's a QR code. But yeah, that's a great start. If we could just keep that up for every key we get tonight, that'd be fantastic. Let's see. That's pretty funny that it starts with QR. Pretty sure that's the first code we've ever had that starts with QR. Yep, no problem. And definitely feel free to leave a like on the stream. Helps out a lot and is greatly appreciated. And the stream is nowhere near over yet. We are pretty much going all night. Until that number says 1650. We will not be ending this stream. That is the game plan. And obviously we'll be farming the vault event the whole time. Gosh. What's our luck right now? Please, blue or power. Keep up this luck. Could you imagine if that was a blue or power? How much luck we'd have tonight? Unfortunately, green. No, can't complain after previously getting a blue. Let's see. I'll take that over. You got the sun within 38 keys. Nice. I've gotten the Heart of Rage multiple times. I have yet to get any of them other than Heart of Rage, though. Or, you know, I already have them because we bought the Season Pass. But if we were a free-to-play player, I would literally just have Heart of Rage and nothing else. As far as the old Season Pass ones. I found Heart of Rage 3 times, but every other one 0 times. Yep. His smaller gem drop. Not bad. But unfortunately not the big one. The big one's 250, that goes to 300. The small one's 100, that goes to 120. Which of course is what that was. Oh, he moved my team. Now it's all weird. And now it's gonna get lycanthropes and be even weirder. There, and then that will be match. Which will let me get my mana. There we go. Alright, what are we gonna get? We got all gold. Those 12 gems are almost better than that gold stack. There's about 80,000 gold or so between the two. Yeah, I'd probably rather take the 12 gems. Oh, luckily it gives both, if nothing else. Oh, why did I take that? We already had full mana. Got another Epic Valky? Nice. It is technically possible we get a Valky or Epic Valky within these drop tables. Though we gotta use the Cedric surrounded by 3,000 golds. That's pretty funny. All 3 gnomes were the exact same 2,500 gold drop. Surrounded by 3,000s. Together, that's over 9,000? Oh, jeez, exactly 9,000. Let's see. I'll take that over. Okay, speaking of super high stats too, Puzzle Quest 3 actually does not currently have a cap to how high you can go with stats. And early on in Gems of War, they end up applying a 1,000 cap to the game, as far as how high each stat could go. There was one point where it went infinitely, and you could use Brian the Lucky in order to get to infinite stats. It was pretty funny. Unfortunately, there's not a realistic way to do it in Puzzle Quest 3. It is possible to do, but there's nothing that scales incrementally or exponentially like that does, unfortunately. Okay, we got a purple orb. Not bad. Not as good as starting with a major blue, but it's not a horrible orb. Please give me spider mana. There's spider mana. Alright, should be good to go. Oh, unless it completely misses. Or, oh, this has been a complete miss, but still a pretty big miss. Stop moving my troops. Making this needlessly harder than it needs to be. Not that it's actually hard, but you know. He's delaying the inevitable. Gosh, I love this team. Major? Come on, power? Power? That's not a power. Alright, 17 more. Until we're gonna have like another 20-something to open later. Because we are going to have all pity plus whatever else we get during that time. Which is definitely going to be some amount. More than 0. I know for sure it's at least 8. We're definitely going to get at least another pity, so it's 9. And then whatever Valkyries we get along the way. Oh, come on, even a skull would kill right now. This doesn't want to give me any. What do we get? Event keys. Rather have the gem keys. Not his worst drop though. There's plenty of drops worse than that. Could have been worse. Could have been better. Could have been a lot better. As long as it's not giving any of the super bad drops, like 2,500 souls or something similarly annoying, like one of the common troops. Which I'm actually surprised we haven't gotten a common troop yet, though. Let's not jinx it immediately. Can you please end your turn? That'd be great, thank you. Oh, I'm slightly short, aren't I? Okay, now we got it. That's match. Oh wait, how are you still alive? Good thing I took the extra turn skull in case it wasn't enough. Ah, Isis green. And a minor one too, not even a major. Okay, 15 more keys. Until we can go back to grinding. Also, if nothing else, at least we're getting hero class XP here too. Everywhere gives XP except for arena. Not arena. I mean, except for treasure hunts. Oh no, he made a bomb. Whatever shall we do? Oh, we finally got the useless common. Surprised we didn't already get one earlier. We opened like 10 keys and just now got one. Oh, uses gold again. It's like the second or third time now. Well, we'll have gold to donate to the guild. There's much better ways of getting it. This is a very horrible way of getting it. Oops, I think I just made the screen smaller. It's gonna bother me if I don't fix it now. Oh no. I moved it and it still was the same dimensions. Interesting. That's rather lucky. Now if only our Vault key drop could actually be that lucky. It's an orb. Not a good one though. Orb chance seems so high ever since they buffed it a little over a year ago. Like it's at least a third of the drops, if not half. Probably closer to a third. Really high. And the chance of getting a major orb is pretty high as well. Almost feels like 1 in 5. Definitely at least 1 in 10. Why'd I do that? I should have just waited for Mother of Darkness. Because now we're blocking on blue. I guess it doesn't matter, we can still with Rope Dart. A little bit too much mana there. And we didn't need to go out of our way for. Also, we got 2 Cedrics, gosh. Cedric is weighted to be a bit more common in the other legends, or you know, those other unique troops that were from past seasons. There's a chance we get 0 of them. They made them a little bit too rare. I wish they were the same weight as Cedric. Also, I wish Cedric would stop dropping as much. It's a little bit unfortunate that they're not weighted the same. So I probably should have cast that one more time before rope darting. Doesn't look like it mattered. 6 gems, 2 diamonds, and a useless orb. 10 to go. Then we'll go back to the grind. A little bit of a miss. I'm glad they didn't end up nerfing Rogue Spider. Allows for this fun team to be used. If the second Rogue Spider gets nerfed, this team will not exist, and Mother of Darkness will go back to being one of the worst mythics in the game. Not the absolute worst, but definitely the lower end. Let's see, we'll take it over. Not an extra turn, but to get things rolling. Fate's Hunter's marked as well, so double skull damage. And there's his useless 2,500 soul drop. It shows us 3,000 because of the extra 20%. Very unfortunate. It's one of the worst Cedric drops. Actually, it might be literally the worst Cedric drop. Actually, not that true. Theoretically, getting a common you already have a copy of is worse. Which we already had that drop as well. I think it was Glory Gnome. I think I should work those troops because it just doesn't give enough copies of them. Which of course is bad. Why did that? We already had Mother of Darkness. Let's match. Could also scold it. Good to go. Oh, speaking of Glory Gnome, hello. That doesn't mean drop again. Me mentioning that on the previous battle does not mean to drop again. That is not what that means. Hey, 18 vault keys again, unfortunately. I wish. 18 event keys, I mean. Could you imagine if he had an 18 vault key drop and a vault key? That'd be hilarious. One can hope. That is very much not what that was, though. That would be cool if it was. It is possible to get a singular vault key and a singular epic vault key. But they seem to be artificially hard to do so during a vault. So they're both still possible. Because they have a different drop rate while they're in the vault compared to when a normal gnome is outside the vault. Just to make sure you just don't keep getting vaults and vaults. Ah, we got a soul drop again. No. One of his worst drops. Very unfortunate. I should have taken the blue first. I can still make this work though. You got a really early cast there. He didn't even have a chance to summon. It was so early. What am I doing? Put him under darkness there. Doesn't matter much though. We just randomly cascade a skull. That'd be great. I was gonna say, come on, Mother of Darkness. There we go. Hello, Andre. Welcome. You got the Emperor? Congrats. Ah, we got the gold drop for like the 4th or 5th time. We started off very strong with a major blue. It has not gone that well since. That was an amazing start. But it hasn't been going much better since the start. Just straight downhill. $60 diamonds. That's a 50 diamond drop with 20%. It's not a horrible drop, but I don't need it. We have infinite diamonds. Or seemingly infinite. Not actually infinite. It's the closest thing we can have to infinite, though. Oh, you guys to bleed. The second we lose our turn. The thing about that, though, we're not really going to be losing our turn. At least not likely anyways. 34 dropped, 11 pity, nice. Gosh, another Cedric also has that triple Celestial I was talking about. Off the normal gnome. They dropped that outside of Volkey too. It's actually one of its rarest drops, oddly enough. Doesn't mean it's his best drop though. It is one of the rarer ones on normal gnome. Triple Celestial. You've gotten 2 since they were introduced. Yeah, some people got an absurdly high amount this weekend. We only got 1 so far this weekend. Also, we've gotten like 4 Cedrics. We've gotten so many Cedrics, I could probably max Cedric by the time we finish all these by the end of the night. This is the last one we're opening for now, though we will have more to open later. This is not the end. This is just the beginning. If this was a normal grinding stream, this probably would be the end of the stream though. But we're still probably going for about another 3 hours. After this key's normally where we would end though. However, not tonight. Alright, there we go. Come on, something good from this current one. Oh, could be something good. Blue, purple. Oh, gosh, we started so well. It has not done much since. Oh yeah, the redeem code has 5,000 gold, 25 gems, 500 souls. There you go. We already handed out. I think it might be dead by now. But just in case anyone just getting here, there's the code. I'm pretty sure it's dead. We gave it out right at the beginning of opening them, as soon as we got our major blow. So I'm pretty sure they're dead by now. But if it's not, double check. Otherwise, we'll have another one in a little bit. By a little bit, I have no clue when we'll hand it out, but it will be sometime this stream. I don't want to do more than 2 though, but we will do a second. We still have a pet I don't need. Dragon's Claw bonus, which works really good for next Friday weekend event, since it's the Dragon's Claw restriction. But anyways, let's keep grinding. We're not stopping till that number is 1,650. It is currently 1,648 and 3/4. Or somewhere around there. Oh, that is not the team I want. That is also not the team I want. That's the team I want. Oh, it's still active a minute ago? Oh, it might still be good then. That's good. And we'll have another one in a little bit. Maybe we'll do it based on our next epic vault key. I'd sure hope we would get one more epic vault key tonight. I have a feeling we will not, though. We're definitely going to get some more vault keys, though, obviously. Just not sure if any of them will be epic. Oh, there's a vault key. Yeah, I also have to keep track that our number is now 250. Is our new base number. That should be pretty easy to remember, that number. Let me just double check that it is at 250. Oh, it should be 251 now. Yep, okay. Yeah, 250 is our base number. Oh, it's 250 from 11. I'm gonna go put that over here just so I don't forget. There we go, 250, 11. 250 is our base number, 11 is how many we had. So any number above 250 is the difference in how much more than 11 it should be, which is currently 1. So now it's 12. So we found 21 keys so far this weekend. Not bad. Definitely happy whenever we get about a dozen vault keys, not counting pity, and we're exactly at a dozen, plus pity, plus an epic. Gosh, we're getting a lot of those Daemon Gnomes all of a sudden. So I wonder how many trophies we'll have by the end of the week. Isabel's gonna have like 12,000 before the end of the night, I'm pretty sure. Let's see, where is our number right now? Isabel's almost at 11,000. Looks like we'll be a little over 3,000, I would say. Like 3,500 maybe? Some number definitely slightly above 3,000. Let's see, how many people are above 3,000 in our guild? 1, 2, 3, 4, barely, but is 5, 6, 7, with 2 extremely above it, and 8 if we reach it, which we should. There's no way we're not going to reach at least that level. 4,000 is questionable. 3,000 we're definitely 100% going to reach. Yeah, if not often we stream past midnight. 2 hours and 11 minutes will be so. Or sorry, 2 hours, 14 minutes. We're definitely gonna reach it. Yeah, someone showed a really good one Ironhawk team on Friday. With the Slayer. I never thought of it, but agreed Dust Devil Flag to Ironhawk if you happen to use Slayer is enough damage. Well, I think it could be anything. But yeah, Wynced pretty much as quick as this team. The main caveat being you have to have Slayer fully traded, and even though you're using a hero class, you can only use Slayer. It does not work with any other hero class. It's mostly because of bleed on its final trait that allows it to work. One singular Orpheus. Yeah, at least we kind of know how long it takes us to get a level now. It seems like it's about 2.5 hours of doing this method. There's one singular level. It's like 2.5 to 3, which is kind of how much we already estimated it to. Now we definitely know it's around there. I think it's a bit closer to 3 though. Oh, that reminds me, I'm gonna check that thing for puzzle quests in an hour. Because I set it up to 3 hours. Speaking of 3 hours. The exact time it takes us to get a level. Around there anyways. We went up like 10 or 15 levels this weekend, nice. I can't remember how many we've gotten, but it's been a decent handful. We started at the low 40s this weekend, and we're now going to be 50 by the end of it. By the time we finish the stream, I'm almost gonna need to go record the weekly video, which is rather convenient because it's probably gonna stay up to go record it anyways. Instead, we get to stream as well during that time. Sometimes I take a nap up to that point as well, so I'll be rested for it. That or drink a bunch of caffeine. Caffeine also works. Speaking of that, I might need more. Might need more caffeine. At this point, I think we're going to about 2 a.m. It's definitely going to be a little past 1, I would assume. When am I leaving on vacation again? Early August. I forget the exact date. I believe it's the 3rd to the 11th or 12th or something. I wasn't the one who set this one up. But it's early August. Like pretty much the first and part of the second week of August. You could pretty much say the first 2 weeks of August. But not exactly. But it's about as long as the trip as the other one. I think it comes out to like 8 or 9 days. And the other one was, I believe, 9 days? I think it was 8 days, and I got back like really late that night, so it was technically 9 days. I know, we will have another code. At what point, I'm not sure, but we will have another code to stream. So the stream's gonna be so long, I'm not sure where we should allocate it at. But we will indeed have another one. We already handed out the other one earlier, though I'm pretty sure it's dead by now. But it did last a little bit longer than I expected. Yeah, this will be one of our longer streams for a while for Gems of War then. Best time to be doing it. Vault events. Not the first time we've done a really big Sunday stream. I'm not sure why, but that day seems to be the day we sometimes been doing it on lately. When you get a power orb, we've gotten it twice so far within this year, which is way above average. Realistically, you're only going to get about 1 per year. We've gotten 2 in half a year. Haven't gotten one since though. Though realistically, we shouldn't be. Thank you, Young Mo. Somebody need to get some water too. Gosh, gonna need to make a drink run soon. I'll probably do it when I need to go to the bathroom. Because with this much drinking, I will need to go at some point. Lycanthropy is the only good versus Inferno King. There's a couple instances where Lycanthropy technically isn't horrible. But yes, against Inferno King is definitely one of those few instances where it's not completely horrible. It's one of those very rare instances where it is more beneficial. Ugh. Oh, we're almost at the first level. But then we still have the seconds. Luckily, the second level should take about the same amount of time as the first level. Not sure I really have anything to talk about this late at night, though. But if you guys have any suggestions, let me know. Yeah, killing gnomes is fun. Next patch, it looks like we're going to be able to do it even more efficiently, which is going to be fun as well. There's going to be new ways to do it. That seem rather useful as well. Let's talk about the meaning of life. It is pointless. There you go. You make your own meaning. We're getting nihilistic tonight. Though I do find it rather motivating thinking of life as completely pointless. Because then it can have any meaning you want. And then it's not pointless. But no, realistically it's pointless. At least to our understanding. No, I don't smoke. I don't do any drugs. I get way too addictive to various things to ever bother doing drugs of any kind. What game mode would you like to see them add to the game? I would love to see some kind of minigame. What exactly that minigame is, I have no clue. But I would love to see some kind of minigame added to the game. More than just arena and treasure hunt. Though a different variant of arena I wouldn't mind. Like all max troops and everything like that. Let's talk about soccer. It's one of the few sports I don't mind as much. Actually, it's really funny because while I was on vacation, one of the things we did was play, oddly enough, Strikers, what that was one Mario game called? It's like something Striker on GameCube. And it's funny because one of the people there, not the main one I see, but one of the other ones, is like really into soccer, like he does it on a regular basis. And yeah, we played the game. He was like really good at it because obviously he knows how to play soccer. But we did have about an even win rate. He's a lot like me. He tryhards at like everything. But he actually has like a background in soccer, so he knew what he was doing. But it was relatively even. Though if we were played real soccer, he would absolutely destroy me. Oh gosh, 2 minor trait stones, why? It looks even worse when we get a minor trait stone drop from the battle. And we see a double minor trait stone next to a single minor trait stone. You barely even notice the difference between the gnome drop and the normal drop. Because the gnome drop's just double the awful normal drop. Yeah, that's what I would love to see. Like an epic legendary mythic or a legendary mythic boss troop arena where everything's max level 20 fully traded. Or even to make people happy that want weapons back, make it so you can use hero with a hero class and have it maxed, where you draft basically the weapon separately and then your hero class separately or something, or even choosing it, and then have like an epic legendary mythic, since there's probably not enough to do boss troops. And that would help satisfy everyone who wants weapons in arena, and to just make it all fully traded max. It would also allow people to try hero classes fully maxed before owning a hero class fully maxed, as well as endgame troops they would probably never be able to obtain, like mythics. Not never, but you know. It takes a long time to have literally every mythic in the game. And there's currently no proper way to really be able to try them prior, other than use like Doppelganger or something on one in PvP. But if they had it for arena, you'd be able to. It would help a lot for people to kind of determine if they actually wanted legend or mythic of a certain kind before they own it, to be able to test it some. As well as having it fully maxed. It would also help with hero classes to see how a hero class functions when it's fully maxed. And not need to wait. Azala wishes the best of luck before getting the level before 3 AM. We're definitely getting it before 3 AM. The exact amount of time is questionable though. I think we'll get it done at 1 AM. Or 1:30 AM. I'm pretty sure 1:30 AM or 2 AM is our goal of when we'll have it done. Or not our goal, but around the time when it will be done. I don't think we can speed it up any more than that. Which basically means it's going to be almost a 6-hour stream. Which would be our longest in a very long time. Normally I don't do like ultra long streams just because there's not enough new content to really go over to do that long of a stream more often than not. The only exception to that is when we get a new faction. That stream theoretically could go the entire time. The only problem with that is we'd have pure faction done immediately. I like spreading out the content a little bit. Actually, because I think a faction, if we do partial skip method, takes 5 hours, counting pure faction. Depends how annoying pure faction is. And if we do no skip method, it's closer to like 7 or 8. And if we do entire skip method, I think it'd be done as low as 3 if pure faction isn't too annoying. Though it costs several hundred more gems that way. But also gets it done substantially quicker. By hours quicker. It also makes pure faction just a cakewalk auto win. You just watch the Tasha show, and if you liked the mythic, you get it. Well, don't get the next mythic then, if that's the case. Because the next mythic is awful. You're just waiting for the late night funny stories. Oh no, like what? I don't have too many funny stories. And I normally just mention stuff as they happen. Yeah, oddly enough, the rarest border of his drops is actually one of his worst drops. The 4 mythic ingots. But that's mostly because factions give you bury you in ingots. The 2 highest rarity ones. Which mythic? The mythic coming this Friday is basically like a 13 mana cost epic that already exists within the game. It explodes a 3x3 for every skull destroyed at barriers and ally. And it gives a bunch of durability. There's already an epic that does that for 13 mana. The mythic costs 24 mana. And while it does gain more armor, that does not justify 11 higher mana costs. It does have better traits, but it also does not justify 11 higher mana costs. The fact that it's not at least a 20 mana cost is very weird. But it needs at least some kind of additional effect, otherwise it's literally just weaker than an epic that already exists as a mythic. Because it basically has the same ability as a legend, as an epic that is already within the game. Which makes pretty much 0 sense whatsoever. And I will bring it up this Friday as well. I already showed it earlier. But we'll definitely need to mention it on Friday when we go over the video. Because it's basically an epic in the game that does what it does already. So it's a definitely highly skippable mythic. Because if you want the mechanic, just get the epic instead. And even on that, it's not even like that good of a mechanic. Like in a troop I pretty much never touched. Because 4 times barriering while having a small amount of board control isn't really too good. And Dragonian Monk normally does that better than almost everything in the game. To begin with. So it's normally just better using Dragonian Monk if you want that mechanic. Not to mention Dragonian Monk has a lower mana cost than both of them. Actually, Dragonian Monk's mana cost is the difference between their 2 mana costs, which is kind of funny. If I'm not mistaken, Dragonian Monk has 11 mana costs. Whereas the one that does the current amount of barrier explosion is a 13. And the mythic is a 24. So just the difference in their 2 mana costs is how much Dragonian Monk costs for his entire ability. Which is pretty funny. That's how bad those other 2 are. Wait, does it take out a 5x5? I thought I read it as a 3x3. Even if it's a 5x5, that's not much better. So if nothing else, at least that makes it more likely to hit 4 skulls. So Dragonian Monk's also ridiculously easy to hit 4 on. Like right there is 3. Actually, that board might not have 4. There's only 6 yellows on the board. But for how few yellows there were on the board, that was pretty nice setup for it. Like right here, you would do it right there. And then boom, you get... oh wait, that's not 4. Aww. There's also not a 4 on this board. Sad. There's only a 3. 3's still good, though. Dragonian Monk has a really complicated ability to use. But it definitely pays off. You normally don't see me using it because it's a very slow option. However, it's a very powerful option. But its slowness is generally what keeps me from using it. Like right there, we could have cascaded a really nice green together. By putting the X far away from it. And having the other things destroy into it. It does a lot of really weird gimmicks that are unique pretty much to it. But I think they gave an X shape to some other thing, like Dragonian Rogue. They kind of changed how it works, so I think it does the same X as Dragonian Monk now. Though normally of all the X-shaped destroys, only Monk is used due to its barrier aspect. Because the other ones have pretty bad abilities, like doing a small amount of damage and stuff. Yeah, Deep Golem is the one I'm referring to when I was talking about the troop at 13 mana cost that does the explosion for the same thing. It's basically the same ability for 11 less mana. Not exactly the same, but pretty similar. They both effectively do the same main role, which is barrier your whole team with a 4-time skull explosion. Which is the same premise, of course. We're almost halfway there. Almost. Not quite. That little sliver might look close, but it's probably like 50 or 100 battles. Yeah, of course. I'm still going to be getting the Mythic. Honestly, anyone who has more than half the Mythics in the game should pretty much be getting every new Mythic, even if it's the worst Mythic in the entire game. The main reason for this is it's better to get the worst Mythic in the entire game, but have a new Mythic, than it is to get a repeat of the best Mythic in the game that is not useful with more than one. Like, the Mythic this Friday, even if it becomes like one of the worst Mythics in the game. I'm not sure if it's the absolute worst, but it's pretty far down there. But even if it was the absolute worst, it's still better to get that than like a second copy of Iron Gut, because the second copy of Iron Gut's completely useless. Whereas at least that new Mythic can be used for Kingdom Stars, if nothing else. But yeah, you do reach a certain point that, regardless of how awful the mythic is, you go for it just because it's new, not because it's viable. Me explaining if it's viable or not is more so for people who don't have more than half the mythics in the game. Which I assume is a good number of people. I'm not sure what the actual percent is these days of people who don't have more than half the mythics. Because anyone who's been really active for a while generally would have more than half. But it does take a while to build up to that point. Definitely doesn't happen overnight, that's for sure. Unless you farm Vault events like crazy for like half a year. And even then, that is definitely not overnight. You got the top 5 mythics already? Nice. Did I just say Gargantar? No, I didn't mention Gargantar by name, but yeah, he's one of the worst mythics in the game. Though not the absolute worst. I think Shade of Zorn for a while now has officially been worse than him. Though it's kind of funny because they're both from the exact same kingdom. That one Vespera troop's also bad. Not Vespera. What's the name called? Validus. Fallen Validus is one of the worst ones as well. It was added to counter Divines, but it was so bad that it couldn't even counter Divines properly. And most of its effects only take place on Divines, so if you're not up against a pure Divine team, it's even worse. And even if you're up against a pure Divine team, it's still awful. They should have gave her like triple damage to Divine or something if they really wanted to make her viable to it. And even then, Barrier still blocks it, which Divines have quite plenty amount of. A guildmate got 4 bad mythics in 1 week after using VIP keys. I actually have not used VIP keys since they got buffed, if I'm not mistaken. About half a year to a year ago, they got changed from a 1% chance for a mythic to a 1.63 or 1.68, somewhere around there. Or 1.66. It might be 1.66. I think it's 1 2/3 or something. But, yeah, I actually have not opened a single epic or a VIP key, I mean, since then. I think I'm holding on to like 40 something, which is all the free VIP keys we've gotten in about 2.5 years. I haven't opened Vault keys for a while. Yeah, I have 41 epic Vault keys. All attained for free for over the course of 2.5 years or so. Or 3 years, however long it's been. But pretty much over the last 3 years, that's how many free VIP keys they've given. They come in at a very slow rate, though they do come into the game. It's very ridiculously slowly. Actually, a couple of those might have been from the VIP offer, which requires VIP 6, but it costs in-game free gems. Though the rest of them would have been from various events. A couple of them, I think, were from anniversaries for the game. Quite a few of them, I think like 2 or 3 dozens, are from, probably 2 dozens, are from Adventure Board. Because Adventure Board has a mythic task that gives 2 VIP keys. It gives 10 gem keys and 2 VIP keys. It's one of the best ones that can happen that is indeed related. Actually, I believe it's the absolute best one that can happen that is indeed related, other than 100 gems, which is also really good. But the VIP key one actually has 198 value or something in gems. It's something 100 something, high 100 something. Because you have 10 gem keys, which is 90 gem value, and then 2 VIP keys, which is 35 or so each, I believe it is, or 45. Yeah, I think it's 45, so that's 90, 90, 180. It's about 180 gem value. Which isn't as good as Imperial's, but it's, I believe, the highest one that isn't a deed related. As far as its value. We found a gnome. To go with our collection of other gnomes with the worst soul drop in the game. Well, not the absolute worst, but his worst. What's my EXP bonus right now? That's a good question. I'm not sure why, but I feel like 185% is the correct answer. Why does that sound correct? Because it's 195%. Oh, I might have gained 10% off of VIP level recently. Let me guess, the most recent one. Because I could have sworn that was lower before. Oh, yep, that's why. I was going to say... Because I could have sworn it was 10% lower than that. We got recently 10% extra XP, actually thanks to Isabel, because of that was from the bigger pass, and she has donated for it quite a few times recently. I think she actually bought the last 3, which is greatly appreciated. But yeah, We finally hit VIP 8. Where that extra 10% came from. But it was 185% for the longest time. Now it's 195%. Which, of course, is nice. 10% higher. What do we get next? Extra souls? Our soul gain pretty much doubles. Or, you know, our soul for gain from VIP. That's so much money, though. We won't hit it for quite some time. Oh, yeah, I still never asked them to see if I could get the $70 I spent on the Switch version converted over. I still have not sent a support ticket for that. Probably should soon. But maybe not too soon, because they're about to do a big patch for Puzzle Quest 3 and Gems of War soon. And they're going to get 1.5 billion support tickets when that happens. Particularly on the Gems of War side, but also probably for the Puzzle Quest 3 side. I highly doubt they won't break something. There's a near 100% chance the update will break at least one thing. Last time it was a couple things, but the main one was the side missions. So I'm curious to see what they break this time. Yeah, I think the entirety of VIP, if you went super ridiculously high with it, I think it gives like 150 XP bonus or something. It's pretty high. And the Ring of Wonder also gives an additional 50%, though I'm pretty sure most people don't bother getting it for the weekend event. It's kind of unfortunate because they don't have any kind of like a mini version of it. I feel like people would do it a lot more if there was like a weekly version of it or like a weekend version of it, you know, like a 3-day version or 1-week version, stuff like that. But instead they only have a 1-month version, which I think lasts for 28 days or 30 days or something. It's pretty pricey for what it is. I did get it once on the Switch version when we made our new account. I have yet to ever get it since, and I've never gotten on my main account. It's not super horrible if you plan on playing like a lot. You just have to play like a ridiculously huge amount to really justify the cost, though. And at that point, you're already playing so much that not sure it'd really be worth that much time investment to really get the value from it. Because to realistically get pretty good value from it, you'd have to farm for, I want to say, at least 100 hours within a month to get particularly good value out of it. Anything beyond 100, which basically comes out to 3 hours per day, if not more. Oh, yeah, it is 28 days, so that'd be almost 4 hours per day then. To be able to get good value out of Ring of Wonder. Which I know I don't personally play for that long anymore. I did at some points within the game, though. Not currently, though. Though today off stream and combined with on stream, I'm pretty sure we're going to be at like 5 or 6 hours. Actually, maybe closer to 7. Because the stream alone is still going to be going for at least another 3 hours, if not 3.5. Should bring the stream alone to 6 hours. I believe I did 1 or 2 hours off stream. It was very sparse apart though, so I'm not sure exactly how long it was. Oh, we almost gained the first level. That's the halfway point. We're almost at the halfway point. Almost. So close to the level, yet so far. Curious what our trophies will be by the end of this. I think it's gonna be somewhere near 4,000. We're probably almost over 3,000 by now. Oh, we're almost there. Looks like we'll probably have 3,600, I think. Hey, we still got more Vault keys to open later. How many Vault keys have we found since then? Only one? I guess that makes sense. I didn't miss any. We've only gotten one vault key since we opened all the vault keys like almost an hour ago. Though luckily, even if we don't really get too many more, we have like 9 pity. We're about to have 9 pity soon. I don't think we have the 9th pity yet, do we? No. We're still, we're definitely gonna hit the 9th pity though. I don't think we're gonna hit the 10th pity. I can't remember the last time I bothered hitting the 10th pity. Hey Isabel, how many pity keys are you up to? You keep mentioning the other number, but yeah, I don't think you've ever mentioned a pity key timer yet. Even if you claim them automatically, you can still figure it out based on what number it says for your next thing. If you just tell us what that number is, we could figure it out. Music goes 5, 10, 15, 20, so on and so forth. So whatever that number is basically determines how many vault keys you've gotten. Or pity keys, I mean. Because every 50 is 10. Because we're at 45 right now, right? Yeah. And then the next one will be 50. Which would be for our 10th key. $48 out of 95. So that means you've gotten 19 pity. Oh, technically 18 until you hit the other one. So you've gotten 18 pity keys so far. That's a lot. Wow. I don't think I've ever gotten more than 12 or 11. But yeah, you're at 18 and probably going to get 19 before the end of it. I'm not sure you're going to have enough time to reach 20. Like, even if you farm for every last second, I'm not sure that will reach 20 or not. Unless you get really lucky with gnomes. How many orbs Isabel has from always being on the leaderboard? Probably a lot. That's a good question too. More than I could really fathom. Though she doesn't go for too many first places. I'm not sure the last time she made first place. But she does get a lot of orbs from being high on the leaderboards. As well as farming gnome events that much. Whereas probably where almost more of them come from. It's a lot of farming. 19 pity keys by the end of the weekend, pretty much. You got 11 pity? Nice. Yeah, we're gonna have 9 pity by the end of it. I don't think we're gonna hit the 10th. Oh, we're definitely gonna be able to hit the 9th. Speaking of hitting things, we're about to hit the level as well. Oh, you got enraged Karen. Nice. So that's all the boss troops then. Until the new one coming out soon. Should be out in a couple weeks actually. Because once we have the moon, they could theoretically do it. And the earliest point we can get the moon is in 3 weeks with the big pass. 3 Mondays from now. So that's 2 weeks and 1 day. So they might do it a little bit later than that. But it's anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks from now, plus 1 day. We will have the next boss troop, or should. You're on 12 pity, nice. Nice solid dozen. I'm not sure why. I tend to get to 8 or 9 pity. The amount of time we normally grind of vault events. In this particular instance, it looks like it's going to be 9. Not sure why, but it seems like we always fall at one of those two. Just based on how much I normally farm a vault event. Relative to the luck of actually finding them. Oh, you still didn't get the Doomclaw? That's rather surprising. If nothing else, save up diamonds that you've gotten from this weekend from opening everything. Because I know we've gotten at least a couple hundred diamonds this weekend. Between the vault keys and just the normal gnome drops. And put that towards when Doomclaw comes into event key drop table. I mean, not event key, I mean Soulforge, I mean. It could happen tomorrow if you have the diamonds for it. Also, anyone who didn't pick up the 50 gem diamond day thingy, don't forget. Oh, that's not what I wanted. No, that's not what I meant to click. No, get me out of here. Get me out of here. I meant to click on dungeons. But don't forget to pick up your diamonds. 50 gems for all that. Really good value. Not the money one, but the 50 gem one. Though, for whatever reason on PlayStation, I believe both of them cost gems, which is kind of good for PlayStation people. That's a pretty huge advantage. They have some kind of policy where they can't actually sell keys and offers. And it also has caused them to have to make that offer, for whatever reason, cost gems instead of money. There's a lot of weird policies on PlayStation. But yeah, they don't ever have any money offers that sell the player keys. I mean, not keys, that give gems. I mean, my bad, I said that inverse. They don't have any offers that gives gems. Instead, they're all loot boxes. They all give keys instead. So, for example, instead of like the current flash offer that's like 1 vault key and 100 gems, it would be like 1 vault key and like, what, 9 gem keys or something? Or 10 gem keys? Or something like that. Though anyone on PlayStation could probably confirm. Oh, Switch only offers the gem one? It doesn't even have the money one? That's funny. I wonder how many people still play the Switch version. I know it's not completely dead as far as player base, so I feel like it's definitely the smallest, without a doubt. But it's also because it's the most recent. It's only been going for a little over 2 years. Still not sure why they end up even bothering to release on Switch at that point. But there is some amount of active player base there. If nothing else, it's a nice niche community. Nice small niche community. Also, it's funny because some people use the game as a chat room. Just because so few Switch games actually have a proper chat room system. And Gems of War has one with emojis and everything, as well as a game. But there are some people like who legit on Switch, like some kids who basically use it. I saw it because I was there during the earlier days of it too. I haven't checked it recently, but like the first couple months, there'd be people there who would literally just use it for like a chat system. It's pretty funny. Oh, Switch is ending Campaign 1 today? Interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure how or why, but they've been pretty consistently exactly 9 months behind. And that makes sense because it was added September of last year. So that's pretty much exactly the 9-month margin. That's so weird. But yeah, they pretty much perpetually, consistently been 9 months behind. I feel like they have to do a lot of work just to maintain the Switch version too. Just because it runs completely different system than every other platform. Because it's always behind the curve by about 9 months. I'm surprised they didn't just ever do a patch where they make it fully up to date. And even if it falls slightly behind on major updates because of how Nintendo's updating system is, they can still at least have the other events pretty much keeping up, other than when a new troop effect comes out. Oh, I guess that would cause a little bit of an issue then, wouldn't it? Because sometimes the update would be required for a new troops effect that comes a few weeks later. Mamba Sarah hasn't been in event keys for a while. Hey, Valky, nice. So we are in a new cycle, so pretty much any mythic can be on it. I think a new cycle hit like 3 or 4 weeks ago. So we're still pretty fresh in the current mythic cycle. So if the mythic you wanted in Soulforge didn't appear in the last month, it probably will be in the next several weeks. And Mama Sarah is one of those in that category, I'm pretty sure. That's something people would normally get, but it's one of those that's still needed for completionist purposes, like almost every mythic in the game. Well, theoretically everything is. But anyways, go update the number. We have indeed got another vault key. That now brings us to 21 plus 1 epic vault. Making progress. And now we keep going until we get this level. Then we'll open every last vault key, and then we sleep. No, it's, once we finish that, we need to go record the other video. It'll be about that time by then. We'll probably just grab a bite to eat. A little more caffeine. And by the time I finish all that, it'll almost be time to do the video. Yeah, that reminds me. Let me check the thing for Puzzle Quest 3. I just set a 24-hour one at this point, so I don't need to keep checking it. Because I'm probably sleeping in tomorrow a little bit, at least till noon. If we're going to be up till like 4, 5, 6 a.m. tonight. Because I need to record the video too. The stream's not going that long though. Probably done by like 1:30 or 2 a.m. However, let me go do this. If it'll ever load. Loading, loading, loading. Also, this game works so slowly on my phone. Our server's down. Servers, don't be down. What are you doing? Okay, good. They're not down. I was like, they didn't do an update tonight, did they? I don't think they did. There's a possibility they will in the next 2 days. But, nope, there is none tonight. Though Salty is commenting on some stuff. Unequipped feature. Yes, please add that. Wait, there's 2 topics on unequip in the same time. That's funny. Okay. Those are the only 2 she commented on. Alright, where were we? Let's keep going. Trying to do both at once. Actually, that would be pretty funny if I had a proper way to record my phone. It'd be too hard to do both on PC at once, though. Like, literally just do everything on this during the loading screens of Gems of War. Hey, it seems to be working. There's not that many loading screens, though. It almost seems like a fake loading screen to a sense. Like, I highly doubt it takes my computer to, like, 3 seconds to load in that. But they have, like, a certain amount to just automatically be there. Just so people can't farm so quick. Conspiracies. But I'm pretty sure there's no way my computer doesn't load that within, like, a second. Like this loading screen right here. It, like, artificially loads all the way there. I'm pretty sure, even if it's fully loaded. I've never seen it load quicker than that. Which makes me think it's artificially loading that long. Sometimes it'll go through multiple times, in which case it's actually loading. I can see that on my phone sometimes. But I'm pretty sure my computer loads it way quicker than the first loading bar. By the time it reaches, like, right there, I'm pretty sure it's already loaded. But they have a mounted default time that it automatically does regardless. Oh, Bear, thank you. That's cute. Hello, Jack. You're 1 week into the game. Nice. And just pulled Plague. Is he useless? Right? Yes. Unfortunately. I have 10 Plague somehow. I have no clue how, but I have, like, the most of Plague. Well, actually, I do know how. He was one of the first mythics added to the game. And we also got multiple at the time because his final trait actually wasn't horrible relative to the system in the game at the time. Though these days, it's quite a bit worse than what it was. But, yeah, Plague's pretty bad in the current state of the game. Oddly enough, the free epic you get from Merlantis, if you didn't already get it, is basically stronger than Plague. Which is kind of sad. Still hold on to it. Don't scrap it or anything. But, yeah, the Mythic is unfortunately one of the weaker ones. Not the worst in the entire game, but definitely very far down. on the viability list. If that's your very first mythic, that's very unfortunate. Most mythics are actually good. That is a few of the exceptions of ones that are really not that good. It's not completely useless. He's just way too slow to use in most situations compared to almost everything. Like, there's so many legends that would just do damage better. Also, it is surprisingly hard to do two things at once. Multitasking fails. I do wish Puzzle Quest 3 had a system that you didn't have to check as much, though. There are things that you can do to it, so you don't have to check it as often. But it still has a pretty checky kind of system. Like Gems of War, you don't feel like you get punished nearly as much if you don't check it, like, constantly. Though you do theoretically could check it every hour. But even then, you only have one quick thing that you click on. Whereas in Puzzle Quest 3, there's like a billion things. I feel like you spend half the game in Puzzle Quest 3 just in menus, menuing. Which obviously that probably will change by the time the release is out, but I'm not sure about how much. Because a lot of the systems in there are kind of almost made to be like that. I do like the management aspect of it, though. That I do enjoy. But it is a little bit too weighted outside of the battle. Like, especially when you're just taking the basic dailies and everything in Puzzle Quest 3. I feel like you're spending more time in menus than you are actually playing the game. Just menuing through stuff. Whereas Gems of War has a nice daily system where you're pretty much never really in menus. Or mostly just actually participating with the game. Whereas this game is very much, the other game is very much not like that at all. At least currently, they'll likely change it over time before it releases. It's probably months out before its official release. Still has time. I wish they would make a Steam build already, though. Did this game just freeze? I'm not surprised if it did. Yeah, Salty's not streaming till tomorrow night. She streams on Monday and Wednesday nights. Monday she does Gems of War. Wednesday she does Puzzle Quest 3. The first Puzzle Quest 3 stream was last week. Because they don't do normal Puzzle Quest anymore. Also, this game literally has frozen. Good job. It performs so poorly on my phone. I still find it rather ironic that a emulator is more stable than the game itself. Just because it doesn't really work too well on low quality phones. Luckily, once they have a Steam release, I will probably never play the phone version ever again. Unless I just really need to check something. Well, that's what I did during vacation. I barely had to do anything for the game other than daily PvP and just checking the chest once per day. Because we just ran straight diamonds the entire time while I was on vacation. I've been mostly doing that for the last month in the game. It's just a lot more convenient. The only problem is you eventually run out of diamond marks. And at this current moment in time, I am actually out. Just because I haven't had the time to farm them recently. So I probably need to at some point this week. You could just farm for like a couple hours and then pretty much be good to go for a while. Works quite well. Because as long as you can do max difficulty dungeons, you get them pretty quick. Oh, so far every single balance patch they've ever done has made doing them slower. But it's still very easy to do them with the right equipment. Also, I've still not gotten through all the menuing yet, by the way. There's that much menuing. They also have that really, like, what's the game comparison for it? Like Clash Royale kind of opening style for chess. Where it's like this bright, like, opening, and then it's like, oh, here's a bunch of shiny loots. And most of it just gets scrapped. Such a slow interface, though. Just to get a bunch of useless junk. just to be able to get the slightly not useless junk. The game itself is actually pretty good for Puzzle Quest 3, though. The problem is almost everything else about it. Currently. That's still being tweaked a lot. But the actual gameplay loop is pretty good. The problem is half the game is menuing and not a gameplay loop. Like, we're still menuing. We have not stopped. We have still not stopped menuing this entire time. Normally it'd take closer to 5 minutes, but since we're multitasking, it's gonna take like 10. But nope, still menuing for like 3 more minutes. There's that much menuing. Like, I haven't played a single match in the game, nor will I be right now. It is all just menus. And I think it froze again. No, don't freeze. Okay, there it goes. It's just being slow. Okay, the menuing is almost there. So close, yet so far. Now we can focus on Gems of War again. Then we won't have to check it for the rest of the night. Actually, I won't even need to check it till after tomorrow's stream, if I really wanted to. Let's see. That's not where I wanted to go. Oh, that reminds me, we still need to recruit for the guild later, because I need to kick the person. We'll do that tomorrow, though. Not dealing with it tonight. We have an inactive player, and in this game, it's so punishing if you have an inactive player. It's almost like Guild War Week constantly, as far as how much you get punished for it. Like before, they had the 27 out of 30 thing for Gems of War. Luckily, they did finally do that after much request for them to do so. Where Gems of War only counts the 27 highest scores when you do a Guild War Week. It used to count all 30 for the longest of times. But that was obviously problematic for, it's a Mythic Battle, you're not dead yet, are you? But that was obviously problematic for guilds that had anyone, like, turn over during the week. Which obviously happens quite often. But now you don't really get punished for it. It's obviously more beneficial that everyone stays. So you have more chances to get good scores, but it's not like you automatically get penalized an entire person just because they leave. Or some other shenanigan. Or someone's on vacation. Also, we still haven't finished menuing, by the way. They definitely need to figure out some kind of solution for this game that cuts down on this sheer amount of menuing for Puzzle Quest 3, because I am still menuing. And probably will be for like 1 or 2 more minutes. What's really annoying too is the chest opening system. Pretty much almost everything about it could really use an overhaul. Between balance and how annoying it is to do, and other factors. Still menuing. They're lucky the actual game is fun. Let's see. That's what I'm looking for. But their sorting options are awful. And takes forever. We're almost there, though. I might just need to focus on it for the final stretch. Because it's getting annoying trying to find which pets we haven't used. Though the pets do feel like they play a bigger role in Puzzle Quest 3 than they do in Gems of War, if nothing else. Which I actually kind of do enjoy. There's quite a few of them are adorable. It's nice to see them actually actively doing something. Well, not really. There's no like animation or anything, but wish they would. That would actually be kind of cool. At least currently, you just use whatever ones have best stats, obviously. And there's no auto button to automatically set something at best stats, which makes no sense whatsoever. Like a lot of the clicking I've done in the last 3 minutes could literally have one button that could automatically do it for you if they would actually code it. Just by letting you set the highest values of whatever specific stat you want. Like for right now, key chance. However, because that doesn't exist, we have to manually input every single one multiple times over until all of them are set, when they could literally just make one button that then leads to 3 buttons and then have it based on that stat and just set all 3 at once, or all 9 at once, I mean, based on that. Okay, are we done with menuing? I think we are done with menuing. There we go. It has been done. Okay, let me close the game before I forget later when I play it on PC. Because we still got to do the PvP battles, so they'll be off stream. Okay, anyways, sorry about that. No more Puzzle Quest 3 tonight. Alright, now we don't need to worry about that for a while. Yeah, Octogol is very OP. I think I was setting like 6 Octogols. 2 of them were legendary ones that weren't too bad. The Snack Rat and some Horse. That had a pretty good key rate. Snack Rat has the 3rd best, I believe. Currently, Octogol has the best. The Puss Bag has the 2nd best, which is that cat with the Plague Doctor mask. And the 3rd is Snack Rat. So far, Snack Rat's the only one I have in Legendary. Those are the best 3 for key rate, as well as the best 3 pets in the game for Puzzle Quest 3. Pretty much every other pet does not exist, other than those 3. Other than if you get one in a super high rarity. But even then, those 3 are just so ridiculously strong. Like, those 3 are better than, like, anything at same rarity. As well as almost better at the worst stuff at above rarity. Like, a rare version of one of those is better than almost most of the epics. The same if you have an epic version of one of them is better than most of the legends. And if you have a legend version of one of them, it's better than most of the mythics. Just because of how important key chance is. It's basically the only stat that matters in Puzzle Quest 3 currently, as far as pets are concerned. But I will do a stream for it again at some point. They just need to actually add content. The current state of the game is pretty weird right now. But I've still been farming it just because we're likely going to be covering quite a bit for it, content-wise, obviously. I just haven't been yet because it's still changing everything pretty much every patch. So almost nothing's set in stone. Anyways, I missed a lot of chat while I was doing that. Oh, let me look back a little. Is Puzzle Quest 3 a play at your own pace game? Yes and no. Kind of. It definitely can be, depending on how you play it. Though I feel like Gems of War is more so like that. Puzzle Quest 3 is pretty punishing for not playing for multiple days. More so than Gems of War is. Theoretically, Gems of War, you could play on Monday and Friday, and then not play anymore. And your account would look very similar to someone who plays literally every day. There are some basic amount of dailies you would want to take every day in Gems of War, though, like daily adventure board and dungeons, but that takes like, what, 5 minutes? But it's mostly because all the stuff that happens on Monday and all the Friday events that happen each week. Then technically Tuesday's event is pretty good value too. Just not miss. Though it can take upwards of an hour depending on how it goes. Though recently I think we've been getting it done like 30-40 minutes. The biggest issue with Puzzle Quest 3 is you're constantly opening stuff that gives you a really high amount of progression. And you also need to progress in order to get more progression, because you unlock followers that then help you progress more. And it's pretty much just like a continuous loop of you keep unlocking things that help you progress more, which help you progress more, until you eventually reach endgame content, which is a bit lacking currently, but right now it's basically dungeons. Lots of dungeons. They're still fleshing out a lot of the endgame content for the game. Most of it is not in the game yet. Not to mention side mini-games and stuff that they're also could be working on, but that's after launch. Please let me cast. There we go. Well, I was going to kick the person from the guild thingy. I was also going to recruit it too. I've recruited some of them. Just not all of them. Like our two most recent spots, I got one of the two. Luckily, a lot of people know my name in global chat, so it hasn't been too hard to get people. Even if I just talk in global chat in Puzzle Quest 3, some people will ask sometimes. Even if I didn't mention anything about it. Because I think we have the currently highest amount of progress in the guild of any guild. Because we consistently hit 15,000 every single week, which gives the 15,000 reward. Because it's like increments of like 3,000 once it starts getting that high. We're one of the only few guilds hitting it consistently. It's not that much loot, but it's more than being in a different guild. Well, I'll let you recruit that slot if you want. Just make sure it's a level 50. Though the people that we got earlier were both below 50, and they reached 50 within like a day. So that kind of worked out. I'm not sure why they've liked doing level 50 as the max level in Puzzle Quest games. If I'm not mistaken, all 3 Puzzle Quest games have had a max level of 50. I guess it's just kind of tradition at this point. Yeah, Puzzle Quest 3 can very easily be played for free. I did get the yearly pass thingy though. Just to help support the game and see how things go. And just have a little bit more resources for when we do videos and stuff. But it is definitely very much capable of being played 100% free to play. With how it's currently set up. Yeah, the pass is decent value. Everything else is horrific, though, in the current state of the game. And even the pass isn't super good value. There's so many things about it that have diminishing returns. But I figured for now it's kind of the same as pretty much any subscription for any game. Because I think it runs like $8 a month or something, if you buy the yearly thing. Which pretty much most free-to-play games are like. Like, I know with Fall Guys I've been spending about that much per month, because they keep adding, like, a new costume pack, like, every month pretty much lately. Also, I finally ended up getting a $10 one for, I think, $5 or $6, whatever it was, because it's on Steam still right now. I think we spent $70 on Fall Guys so far. $20 game we spent $70 on. Mostly to get every money-only cosmetic. Honestly, don't mind buying cosmetics in games that basically shower you with free cosmetics, which Fall Guys does very nicely. Which is one of the main reasons why I did it. That's not too bad. By the time the 1 year mark will hit in about 2 months, that means I would have spent about, let's say they do 4 packs in that time. That'd be $90 in a year. That's not too bad. So they have been starting to increase the rate at which they add them. They're getting greedy. Yeah, I like games that don't force you to spend money, and it's kind of just like a fully optional thing. That's one thing I'm kind of fearful of in Pokemon Unite, because it's pretty obvious what they're going to do, most likely. Because one of their main means of monetization is likely going to be to unlock characters and to buy skins. But the big issue with that is they're probably going to give like nearly no free skins, so it's going to feel forced that if you want to have any good skins, you have to buy them. I hate games that do that. Fall Guys was really good about not doing that at all. Like every really big skin they ever announced could be obtained for free. Like even at the Game Award, not the Game Awards, at the Summer Game Fest, which I think led E3 weekend, they announced a 2B outfit from that one series. I have no clue what the character is, but apparently it's somewhat decently popular, and it was literally free. Well, it's 10 crowns, but 10 crowns are just 10 wins, which is free. You just have to win 10 times, or get it from the season pass, which is also free. Or currently it's free. They might start charging money for that, which I hope they wouldn't. What is Pokemon Unite? It's not out yet. It's the next big Pokemon game that's coming out. First they did Pokemon Go, then they did Pokemon Masters, I think it's called, which is more of a combat-oriented one. And the next one's a MOBA, which is Pokemon Unite. No official release date yet, though. It's likely late this year, because they'd probably want to get it out for their anniversary year. It's been in beta for like a year now. I'm actually surprised they haven't launched yet, because they've had a working build of the game for like a year and a half, if not longer. Yeah, there's definitely enough characters, that's for sure. They have 900 something to choose from. They will never run out of new characters to add to that game. I think starting roster is going to be around 40 or 50 or something, though. Last I checked, I think it was like 30 something or 20 something, high 20s. But yeah, they have a literal infinite to pull from, so. And every single thing in the jungle is just Pokemon. It's pretty funny. The game's actually really heavily based on jungling, which is kind of interesting. I haven't seen a MOBA so ridiculously focused on it. They also don't have towers. They have a different system for the tower system that has like a slowing effect, which is kind of interesting. Because almost every MOBA goes for like the really generic like tower system, where you have like a tower thing that you have to kill, and it attacks back. But they went a little bit of a different route. It still has those kind of like control point things to it, but it's more of like a healing area with a slow effect to the enemy, more so than something that actually actively fights back. Also, it's not going to have our PC release, though. It's going to be on Switch and phone only. And obviously, I'll be playing the Switch version. But it will not have a PC release, unfortunately. Which is kind of weird for a MOBA. Most MOBAs will go to PC and then maybe branch out. Like, I think League of Legends had, like, a phone release this year or something. I've never really bothered getting into it. But more often than not, they start on PC and then branch out the other way. But this one's kind of doing the inverse, where it's starting on console and phone, and probably exclusive to the two. It would probably work fine on an emulator. Oh yeah, you could just do it on BlueStacks or something, true. I'd probably stick with it on Switch though, personally, just so I could use controller for it. Actually, I've never actually played a MOBA with controller only. It would be the first. There's not as much you would have to micromanage, so it's definitely manageable to do it. Like, I don't think anything summons units or anything like that. You can't really do that with a controller. Unless they auto-attack. You sold your Switch after you got a PS5. Oh, I'm never selling my Switch. Even once they maybe release a Switch Pro, I'm still holding on to my previous one. I'll probably use it as my travel Switch or something. It's basically just like a tablet, but for gaming. It's pretty nice. But it doesn't have all the functionality of a tablet. But has the benefit of having a lot of exclusive games, if nothing else. Well, we're almost 1/4 the way through this level. No, I think we still gotta grind for like 2 more hours. It's an hour before midnight. Your Switch is actually your daughter's. That's funny. I wonder how many people actually did that. Like, get it for their kids. Tried some stuff on it, and it's like, oh, this is actually pretty good. Switch has a few really solid exclusives. Wii U lineup was pretty weak. Switch is a little bit weaker than some consoles they've had, as far as the lineup, but overall it's not too bad. Breath of the Wild, Mario Kart is always amazing. The Mario Party on is kind of a little bit bad, but they have another one coming out that hopefully won't be as horrible in a couple months. As Smash, obviously, which is one of its hugest, most hyped things. Whenever they announce a new character. Actually, that reminds me. They haven't done a showcase of the new character yet, have they? Sakurai with the new character that I can't remember its name because it wasn't exciting to me. It was one of the ones from the fighting games. I can't remember. Tekken, I think it's from? I can't remember. But, yeah, it wasn't that exciting. Compared to ones I would actually like to see. And a few other ones. Obviously, all Pokemon stuff is always on Switch. I'll throw that down. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of people were happy for it, given that it's a fighting game, getting another fighting game character. I'm not too familiar with the character, though. And a lot of characters that have that play style I don't really care for either. Even if I didn't know what the series was, it could still be a fun character. But that one had neither. Anyways, good night, David. Catch you later. Thanks for stopping by. We'll be around another 2 hours. Also, I'm not sure when we're handing out the other code. We probably will at midnight or something. I'm not sure. Like, keep us up code. I need to get more caffeine soon, though, if we're going to go another 2+ hours. You just got Pan? How good is she? It's okay. It's not normally used too often. It's a really good disorienting troop to get the enemy's team to be shuffled. The biggest issue it has is it loses its turn, or, you know, it doesn't have any extra turn potential, which is a pretty big downside for it. I believe its special perk also wasn't anything too interesting. I can't even remember what it is off the top of my head. But, it was okay. Not the greatest of mythics, but it can be used as an alternative damage source. And it's Guild War week next week, and one of its better purposes is to be used on Guild War Defend. because it has a really disorienting ability that normally catches people off guard because it's not one of the more commonly used mythics, but it can still be effective in Guild War defense. Offensively, it's not really used too often though. Unless the enemy's team is extremely crucial to be in the exact order it's in, you very rarely would use it offensively, just because it's a little bit of a slow option compared to other options. It does have a pretty decent amount of damage, if nothing else. Just the fact it loses its turn with no board control is a bit of a big downside for any mythic, or any troop for that matter. Unless his ability is really insanely good. You're on a snack break, nice. Hey, what do I have that I can munch on? I don't really have anything quick. I need to get more stuff later. I didn't really pick up much stuff when I got back, and I need to. Luckily it's in walking distance, so it's not too big a deal. It's like a 5-minute walk there and back. Or maybe a little bit longer. I walk slow. That's like less than a mile. Actually, it might be a little bit more than a mile because it kind of like swerves. If it was a straight line, I think it's like half a mile, but you kind of have to like swerve to get there. Because there's a couple properties and a little mini forest in the way. Does higher difficulty in Explorer give you better odds of higher trade stones? Yes. It also gives you better rate for tokens as well. But also does it for trade stones. Depending on how quick you win, it's better just to go for lower rarity one, lower level one though. Because winning lower level quickly gives you more trade stones. But winning higher difficulty quickly will obviously still be slower than the lower difficulty, but it would give you higher rarity ones. So if you're at the point where you still need a lot of minor trade stones, it's actually better just to farm Explore 1, 2, or 3, or whatever you can pretty much instantly kill with Rowain or some other build. And the reason for this is you want the higher quantity and don't necessarily need the higher rarity. And you still do get higher rarity from doing the lower level range, but the quantity that you're going to be getting is a lot higher. Like right now with this exact team, we're getting 6 per minute, 6 trade stones. And even if all of those are low rarity, it doesn't really matter because we're getting 6 of them. Whereas if you were doing Explore 12, you might only get like 1 or 2 per minute. And even though those will be higher rarity, the rate at which they come is way slower. So Explore 12 is really good for getting arcanes, if you are in a pinch for arcanes. But otherwise, just farming a low-level Explorer is perfectly fine, because the quantity you're getting is higher. And while the quality is a bit lower, it's worth having the higher quantity. Especially if you still need minor trade stones. But yes, difficulty does affect trade stone rate. And if you're looking for arcanes, Explore 12 is ideally where you want to do it if you can consistently do Explore 12. And you also get to farm tokens that way, because that's also the best way to farm tokens. Particularly the higher rarity ones, as well as just all tokens in general. There's not a single token that best rate isn't on Explore 12. Whereas for trait stones, the best rate for the lower rarity ones is on low Explore, just because you kill through them a lot quicker. I think Arcane and Celestial are the only two you theoretically get at a higher rate by doing Explore 12 when it comes to trait stones. The other 3 are actually quicker on low level, just because the quantity amount is higher. Venaxia, Queen Beatrix can do that high. Beatrix or Truffle Loop could. I'm not sure if Venaxia Queen would be consistent enough of a loop. Farce Troll double Truffle into Mirage Queen or Hero is probably consistent enough to do it. Because Truffle can loop indefinitely if you do it correctly. Or double Truffle to Farstro, I should say. Especially if you get a Green Storm off a hero, or have the Mirage Queen just to get things rolling a bit quicker. Particularly the Green Storm. Because if you can get that rolling within 4 turns, you pretty much just win. Zejin might even be a good location to do it in too, because the enemy will occasionally do a Green Storm. And you have to be careful because some other kingdoms have a storm that can counter your storm. But Zejin actually has the exact storm you need. So it never ends up countering you. I'm not sure what the full list of kingdoms are that don't have a counter storm. I know Golvania does, which you'd want to avoid. Can't remember the full list. I know Zhejian is safe, because literally the only storm it has is the color you need. So even if it counters you with the same color, that obviously won't matter. If it counters you with a different color, that would matter a lot. Epic Valky, please. Random Epic Valky hype. That is 5 gems. That is still good though. Oh yeah, Smite and Sun. Honestly, Paladin in general in Puzzle Quest 3 is so absurdly broken. Like, if you were to make a tier list for Puzzle Quest 3, there's Paladin, and that's it. Like, relative to Paladin, the other ones don't even register. Paladin's basically the only character in Puzzle Quest 3 right now. He's just that broken. It's just so many tiers above every other character in the current state of the game. It's basically invincible and pretty much has the highest DPS, or DP turn, I guess. It's damage per turn. But, yeah, it's pretty broken. But the main benefit of it is literally unkillable if you play it right. Which is very beneficial because quite a few things can one-shot you. So not being able to die is very nice. Some other characters can partially do it, but nothing nearly as good as Paladin. There is a chance once they fully balance the game, though, that Assassin will be the strongest hero class in the game. The two main things holding him back is his ultimate is the worst in the entire game, and now that you're restricted to having to use class spells, that makes him much weaker. But the other factor is he has the highest damage in the game, at least in the current state. And if they balanced it out a bit more, he'd probably be pretty broken. He was during one of the versions, but isn't in the current version. But there's a chance he will be made very broken again. All they need to do is make his ultimate not useless and kind of balance out everything else. Because the game being more balanced would benefit Paladin, I mean not Paladin, would benefit Assassin the most. Just due to the fact that it's a really damage-based class. Also, I really like Assassins in most games. They make for some interesting builds. Also, I would say in Puzzle Quest 2 as well, the previous game, Assassin was probably the most fun to play. But oddly enough, Paladin probably being the least most fun one in that game. Because it was really shield heavy. And it wasn't as fun because you have basically two slots. A weapon slot and then your offhand slot. And it had probably one of the most boring offhand slots of any of the characters. Whereas with Assassin, you had like poison daggers. With some of the other ones, you had things that could just like burst you mana with like the mage. And then with Paladin, you just get like this useless shield. That all it does is just like shield for you. Luckily, they fixed that in Puzzle Quest 3 just by giving everything a shield. That you don't have to specifically activate, it just does it by 1%. So Paladin is like Gems of War Titan? Not exactly. I'm not sure if there's a good equivalence for Paladin in Puzzle Quest 3 compared to Gems of War. Imagine if they just randomly released a troop that was so absurdly strong. Oh, Epic Valky, speaking of extremely strong. But just imagine they release a troop that was so absurdly broken that they would have to nerf it within 1 day. That is what Paladin is, except they didn't nerf it within 1 day. That is pretty much Paladin in Puzzle Quest 3 right now. They have done that a couple times in Gems of War, where they made things like way up too absurdly strong. I think one of the funniest ones was, what's that one blue-purple troop from Zhejian? It used to have a 100% chance to do both of its effects, and it made it very absurdly strong. I can't remember. It was used in quite a few teams at the time. It's kind of off meta right now. Well, it's not horrible. But when it was released, it was the most broken thing in the entire game. It's pretty funny. Why can I not remember its name? I know exactly what troop I'm referring to. I just can't remember its name. Oh, there it is. Princess Fizzbang. But yeah, when she was first released, she would gain an extra turn, explode all gems on the board, and give 35 points of random skill to a random ally. Meaning that would guarantee both do the explode and would do the stats. Currently it's or, so it'll either do the explode or it'll do the stats. When it was first released, it did both 100% of the time. Basically meaning it had a guaranteed chance to extra turn, explode, and give you stats. But now it's 50-50 on if Exploder does the stats, which obviously makes it substantially weaker. It still has the auto extra turn though, but that's pretty much every goblin. Actually, I think it's literally every goblin. Yeah, there's a lot of infinites in Puzzle Quest 3. Not sure how many of them are going to get nerfed. Almost every hero class is double truffle in Puzzle Quest 3. Particularly Paladin, but every hero class has an infinite loop. Paladin just has an infinite loop while also infinitely barriering. So even if you somehow mess up your loop, you still win. Because nothing multi-hits in that game currently. Unlike Gems of War, where a lot of stuff multi-hits. Or even if you don't multi-hit, you can normally do multiple tasks per turn. Yeah, we need to do a Puzzle Quest 3 stream again. The actual gameplay is fun. The amount of balance that they have in it and problems is not, though. Like, there's so many issues with it currently. But it's in beta. Hopefully it'll get better soon. Curious to see how much next patch will change. So far, every major patch has basically made the game look like a new game. So curious to see what this next one will do. We already know that there's a lot of changes based on the stream that they've already done. So it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. It reminds me of the early days of Gems of War where they would do so much, like every update. We haven't gotten a super big Gems of War patch for a while now. I feel like the biggest one was the tokens one back in 2019. Though we did have a pretty good Vault Key rework the other year, last summer, pretty much a year ago. And the next really big one seems to be next patch. Though it seems to be recycling a lot of already existing content and just kind of adding more to it. Does Puzzle Quest 3 have redeem codes? Yes and no. Currently it doesn't, but yes, it will be getting redeem codes. But currently it does not have redeem codes. It probably won't until the official version has been released. But yes, they do 100% plan to have redeem codes for Puzzle Quest 3. It just currently does not have them. Well, whenever it's launched, it will likely have it when it launches, soon before launch or soon after launch. What on earth the codes will have in it, who knows? But hopefully something not useless. And a lot of people will be newer players, so whatever's in it will probably be useful to some degree. If I had to guess, it's probably like a gold key. And I'm not sure what the rest of the resources would be. Maybe like a little bit of ore and food or something. But I feel like it would be a gold key and like a few other scraps of resources. Like a little bit of gold, a gold key, and something else. Gold key's a lot better than Gems of War gold key, though. Gold key's like the worst key in Gems of War. Whereas gold key in Puzzle Quest 3 is a mid-tier key. It's pretty much dead center based on the current keys. It'd be bad if they only had an iron key in it, though. Iron key's pretty pitiful compared to a gold key. Iron is just so absurdly easy to get once you have maxed Evelyn. I did the data on it. Evelyn has about half of her drop table as iron key when you have her maxed. Meaning basically every other hour, because she has a 1 hour timer, you can get an iron key. Assuming you have the ore for it, of course. Which generally that's one of the main things you use ore for, so you normally do. But yeah, she ends up getting a lot of iron keys. Oddly enough, one of the rarest keys in the current state of the game is the lowest rarity key, the wooden key. For whatever reason, the most recent update, they got rid of like hundreds of wooden keys from the game. Which was weird because that was one of the things that was balancing it out to actually put a decent amount of wooden keys in the game. But now wooden keys come in at the slowest rate out of any key, which makes no sense. Actually, there is one key that comes in slower, diamond keys, but that's the best key in the game, so it kind of makes sense that they come in slower. Yeah, diamond keys come in at a pretty good rate because of pets. If you're on diamonds every single day, you get about 1 diamond per day. 1 diamond key. I think I have like 70 of them right now. I'm hoarding all my keys currently just because the value of opening them is so bad at the moment. And I have a feeling after the billion more balance patches that they're going to be doing, that it will be better. They also confirmed the most recent dev stream that they're going to be buffing diamond keys. So there's really no point in opening a single diamond key as far as the actual key itself until that patch happens. It's still good value to open diamond keys as far as the setting them up for the pets to open them. But as far as physically using the keys, I would not advise opening a single one until they buff level 100 diamond keys, or just diamond keys in general. Because they already confirmed they're going to buff it, so there's no point opening them prior to that buff. But yeah, that's why I end up running right now, so I don't have to check it. 9 diamond keys. Don't have to check it until tomorrow night. It's kind of convenient, because it normally has like about a 23-hour timer. It's 24 minus whatever your pet thingies are. What's my opinion on Gloomleaf? Very bad. There was a point in this game where it was slightly not as bad. And I think even one version where it was meta that lasted for a very short duration. But, yeah, Gloomleaf in the current state of the game is basically dead content. There's not a single instance you would use Gloomleaf anymore. Also, if you're looking for a high skull reflect troop, while it is also ridiculously horrible, we are getting a 75% skull reflect mythic this Friday. However, that troop is really bad. But Gloomleaf is also very bad. The biggest issue with skull reflect in this game is it's way too low of a percent. Like, the base percent should be 50%. Gloomleaf should be 100%. And the mythic we're getting tomorrow on Friday should be 150%. But instead it's 25, 50, and 75. It's basically half the amount it should be to be viable. And even then it probably wouldn't be viable even if it was double. But if nothing else, at least it would make it a lot scarier. The biggest issue with it too is you can just stun. And even something like Gloomleaf that has both impervious plus the reflect, you can just curse stun it. And not have to deal with it with skull spam. Or just not use skull spam, of course, is the other alternative. You can see the enemy has it and then just don't use skull spam against it. And you're good to go because cast spam doesn't really do much against it. However, the new mythic does actually have 50% spell reduction. So it's kind of an interesting mix where it has spell reduction. Like, I see the premise that they were trying to do, it's just not a good premise. Because the premise of the mythic coming out this Friday is it has really high spell reduction, so it's not as good to target with spells. And it has really high skull reflect. So it doesn't matter if you cast on it or if you skull spam it, it will be doing something beneficial to counter it. The problem with that, though, is it has no immune to stun, so you just put a single stun on it and it's basically useless. It's worse than an epic, because it has a higher mana cost than its ability, plus doesn't have any of its good traits anymore. Which is a really weird design. I feel like it could have been good if it had indestructible, that one indestructible trait, or even at least impervious if nothing else, instead of the gain random stats. Because if the mythic this Friday had that, even if it was only impervious, at least it would have some more protection for its traits, kind of like how Gloomleaf has. And it could have actually been pretty good. But the fact that it has nothing to counter stun is going to make it really bad. And you'd normally be using it in first slot, so trying to put Bless on it's also really bad. Because the second it takes a skull, it's just going to break Bless. Plus you're going to have a troop that has 24 mana cost blocking all your mana for a useless ability. Well, not completely useless, but you know, it's not the greatest. 13 mana cost troop pretty much has the same ability. Yet it costs 24 on that mythic for no apparent reason. But I find even Strangers it's not a 20 mana cost. The fact that it's 24 seems really out of place, but pretty much having the same effects. The only difference is slightly more armor. But that slightly more armor does not justify 11 higher mana costs. Not even remotely close. Yeah, Gloomleaf isn't horrible. It's definitely usable. There was a point where it was meta, mostly because they buffed like how much attack steal and armor steal, I believe it did. Maybe attack steal. But, which made it a little bit more viable. But, in the current state of the game, it can still get a lot of attack and armor, if nothing else, from stealing it. It's just not as good compared to some other options. But it's definitely a functional troop. It has one of those that ends its ability, so it's bad kind of situations. That a lot of troops have in the game. Where if it has absolutely no board control whatsoever, its ability has to be insanely good for it to be justifiable. Like something like Tesla can get away with it. It has absolutely no board control at all, but its ability is so ridiculously strong that it works. But a lot of troops within the game cannot get away with that. That's another reason why a lot of the buffer troops are pretty bad as well. A lot of them do not have any board control follow-up, which makes their buff very useless. However, ones that do can be a bit more viable, like Divinia. If Divinia did not have explosions, all it is a give all allies a bunch of HP and cleanse, which in itself would be pretty bad. But the fact that it has explosions makes it viable. I personally don't use it much, but it's definitely viable. Oh yeah, Cauldron can definitely work. Doubles the attack. Also gives HP. So it's mostly used for its doubling attack, of course. One nice thing about Cauldron is you can half mana start it, of course, so it only costs 10 mana. So you can normally 2-turn a Cauldron. It takes a bit of setup, but once it gets going, you have a ridiculously high attack. One other interesting thing about Cauldron is there are some situations where it's stronger than Mang or Earth's Fury. Those two weapons that do attack gain based on the enemy's armor tends to be better than Cauldron. There are some select situations where you want to buff something that isn't hero, where the Cauldron would actually have a higher benefit, particularly if you're in a game mode where your stats are higher for whatever reason, but the enemy might not be. But more often than not, Mang and Earth's Fury works better. But Cauldron could still be good. There's some PvP teams that it could work out for too. Because doubling your attack can very often bring you into one-shot range for PvP for Gems of War. Yeah, building up a big Gloomleaf can be pretty funny. Assuming they have skull damage. Because that's obviously where it gains the bigger benefit. Yeah, I might need to go make a bathroom break soon so we can go get more caffeine and go to bathroom. I guess we'll do it right now after we see what this gnome drop is. Anything good? 5 gems. But anyways, I'll be back in a few minutes. I just need to make a quick bathroom break and get more caffeine so that we can actually stay up for probably another 2 hours or so. So we're still going to be going for a while. Also, we'll have the redeem code soon. I think we'll do it at midnight, which is in like half an hour. So we'll do it somewhat soon. I guess at this point, that's soon relative to the length of the stream. But I'll be going for about 2 more hours. We're not stopping till that number says 1650. And then even once it does, we got to go open all of our vault keys that we still have left down to 250. Which I believe counting pity should be about a dozen or so. So we'll see how that goes. Anyways, I'll be back in a few minutes. Be right back. back. Hopefully that will be our one and only bathroom break. Anyways, where were we? Let's keep going. Still got a ways to go. Got my caffeine. Actually, I haven't had these since I got back, actually. The ahas. That was that new sparkling water that, I think Coke made last week? Coca-Cola company. I made a joke about it last year, and they actually made a thing out of it. Not because of the joke, obviously, but because we were mentioning on stream, like, is there a sparkling tea? He's always like a tea for caffeine, and then it's like, oh, there is. There were probably already ones that existed before, but it was kind of funny that that was one of the things that came out like a month later. Hey, Volky, nice. I think we refreshed our luck by going to the bathroom. Can we get an epic Volky too? To go with our other two epic Volkies? This will keep me up. We get 6 Volkies, 1 epic Volky, and 6 pity. Yeah, it's always annoying when the Volkies are the same as the pity number. But that epic Volky number is not bad. Generally, you would get 1 epic Volky per about 10 normal Volkies, not counting pity. So to have 6 normal Volkies and 1 epic Volky is actually above average for that drop rate. I had to take something that had no sugar. I had way too much sugar today. Had to go with a non-sugar option. The problem is I've been starting to have some Mountain Dews lately for caffeine. And one big issue with Mountain Dew is it is like pure sugar. I think 1 can is like your full daily recommended of sugar. To not exceed it. There's way too much sugar in it. So I generally try to have like 1 every other day if I'm gonna have it. So I need caffeine by other means as well. Non-sugar options. Still need to get away from soda though. I've been cheating a bit in the last couple weeks. Vacation definitely didn't help. Though I was eating decently healthy while I was on vacation. I was still eating salad like half the time. Which I normally don't do when I'm away. But they were also eating healthier lately, so I was like, oh yeah, that'll be even easier. Let's pick up some salad stuff. Also, their stove is weird, so I don't like cooking on it. I also failed at using their dishwasher because I don't have a dishwasher, so it looks kind of foreign to me. I didn't know where the fork thingies went. Apparently there's like a thing that like comes out of it where you put the fork, so it has its own little section. There's no way of really knowing by looking at it. I didn't realize it had to be in like a separate compartment thingy. Actually, have I ever even used a dishwasher before? I did at work before, but it's a lot different than a normal dishwasher that's for the home. Because in high school, I used to do the dishes stuff, but the way that their dishwasher works is substantially different than a normal home-based dishwasher. Yeah, Mountain Dew has way too much sugar. It's so good, though. At least I haven't gotten into energy drinks. I'm never going to get into energy drinks. They're so horrible for you. Not that some of the other stuff isn't. Yeah, the show will probably keep me up the rest of the night. Because even once we finish the stream, I still need to stay up to go cover the other stuff. No, I haven't ever tried any energy drink yet before. Nor will I ever be. The friend I saw in Chicago definitely drinks way too many of them. He hasn't come back, like, at all. Pretty sure he's gonna have a heart attack one day. He's tried to stop at points, but to no avail. Hey, Valky. That is what we're looking for. That and EXP, lots of EXP. But Valky's also help. Yeah, Mountain Dew is very heavily sugar. Problem is the other drink I really like too for caffeine is very heavy on sugar too. The Pure Leaf iced teas. I was getting them while I was away too, because it was one of the things at the gas station. And gosh, the sugar content is so high. Especially when they didn't have the raspberry one and I had to get like the sweet one. I ended up getting one of the non-sweets after I read like how high the sugar is on it. Oh no, we got the boss thingy. Also, have we even got a Megavore a single time? I feel like it keeps doing Cyclops. Which is unfortunate because Cyclops cannot be one-shotted. What happened to all the Megavores? Have we even seen a single Megavore this entire weekend yet? I don't recall seeing one yet. They already die instantly and I just don't even notice them. Excuse me. Which might be the case. That's the only problem with drinking carbonated soda. Or carbonated water, I should say. That's kind of like soda. It has caffeine in it, so it's pretty much carbonated soda. It's carbonated water. That's basically soda. That tastes like tea. What a combination. Oh yeah, that's something I never understand. How a 2 liter of soda can cost less than a 1 liter. I still don't understand that. I guess like the impulse buy of having it like near the front. But yeah, 2 liter at almost every location is cheaper than the 1 liter. I guess to get people more addicted to it. It really doesn't make any logical sense. Hey, that's basically what this is, a caffeinated water. That is basically what this is. Caffeinated bubbling water. I generally don't drink too much caffeine on a given day. I forget what the proper limit is for it, but I'm pretty sure on a normal day I drink like 0 to 20% of what that limit is. These are many days I go with no caffeine. I tried to quit it for a while too. That was not successful. I think the longest I've gone with 0 caffeine is like a month. I don't think I could ever quit it for a year like I did with fast food. Also, luckily there were factors last year that kind of made it easier to quit fast food. Given that there was kind of a pandemic. Yeah, I never drink coffee. I've tried it multiple times and it has never tasted good. There's never been a single time I've had coffee that I liked. I'd rather stick with teas. We're almost halfway through the level. Halfway level hype. Actually, by the time it hits midnight. You know what? Yeah, we were going to hand the code out at midnight, so it'll work. That's also pretty much the halfway point for this level. So yeah, 14 minutes from now, we'll hand out a code. It'll be the final code to stream. They'll still probably be going for like an hour or so, or an hour and a half. Because I still need to go open all the vault keys down to 250 as well. Which by that point should be about a dozen vault keys. How many have we gotten? We should have 4 plus however many pity we have. So given that we're likely going to have 9 pity, that should be 13 keys unless we get more vault keys within that time. Oh, we already have 9 pity. Okay, we're gonna... excuse me. Excuse me. Ah. Too much bubbliness. Okay, we can't see our pity timer, but I'm pretty sure we're not hitting that final key. If we're super, super close, we might go for it, but it's probably going to be further away than super close, so... There we go. There. So we have 13 keys then to open, I believe. Because we have 4 plus 9 pity, so that's 13. Can we have another code when I end the stream? No. 2's already a lot of them. Plus, we're going to be having at least a 2-stream code for July 4th as well. Which is 1 week from today. Hey, what's this? Every Sunday going to be a big code day, apparently. Last Sunday was because we got back. That was the Sunday we got back. This Sunday is because we're grinding like the like crazy on the gnome event. And next Sunday is because Independence Day. So that's 3 Sundays in a row we would have handed out 2 codes. So no more than 2 codes today. We'll have 1 more. Because that'll be 3 Sundays in a row that we did higher amount of codes. That wasn't intended, it just happened to be a week apart every single time. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, that'll be 3 Sunday streams in a row that will have 2 codes. It's not a normal thing that happens, it just happened to coincide that way. Will I stream twice next Sunday? If we do a game during the day, yes. As far as Gems of War twice, no. I know, what's a good stream? What's a good game to stream on Independence Day? The only bad thing about all this caffeine is the caffeine I had earlier is starting to have like that crashing effect. Fall Guys, of course. Wonder if they'll do any cool costume for it. That's still on holiday we haven't had yet for Fall Guys. It's like the last major holiday before the 1 year mark. But yeah, we haven't done a Fall Guys stream since we got back. That reminds me, I didn't even mention it. We got Golden Wolf Tail in Fall Guys, by the way. It happened off stream. I wasn't going to wait till on stream. It's going to take forever till we have the top, though, because it takes like 500 crowns. And 500 crowns takes like 300 to 500 hours. Which obviously I am in no rush in doing. Getting that outfit is basically like getting Zugoff in Gems of War, pretty much. It takes about a year. I have no intention to get it early, though. Because at least in Gems of War, it helps you resource farm. Any other game, it's just cosmetic. It's the second hardest outfit in the entire game to get that isn't locked behind some kind of weird arbitrary alternative means. As far as skill-based ones, it's the second hardest outfit in the game. I highly doubt we'll ever have like the biggest one, though. Plus, I'll probably add more by then. I think the average time to have the Gold Knight is like 2,000 hours or something. That's way too much playtime. Even by the 2 year mark, I'm not sure we'd have it, because I'm not really planning on targeting it. It just takes too long. It's a fun game to pick up here and there just for some fun, but I'm beyond the days of power grinding it. Though maybe if they have a double crown weekend, we might. Last time they did, it coincided with the Vault weekend, which was really annoying, so I didn't really play it much. Because obviously Vault weekends was more important. Oh, what was that one really funny game that would almost work for Independence Day? I probably wouldn't play it, though. It's not my style of game. I think it's called Broforce. It had, like, a really, like, heavily American theme. With, like, a pixel art kind of thing. With a bunch of guns and everything. It seemed like a perfect, like, July 4th game. It screams America. Sure looks like it based on it. I think it might have even launched for July 4th a couple years back. Probably not something we would do, though. That's the first thing that comes to mind in that regard. That is very much not my style of game. I kind of almost want to try another card builder like Monster Train or something. Based on how much I like Slay the Spire. But at that point, I'd rather almost just play Slay the Spire. Actually, I believe we almost maxed out everything on Slay the Spire. I've been playing occasional runs here and there. Like maybe one run per week or so. And I think I'm one run away from having every character at max difficulty. So we can maybe do a stream for that sometime soon. I have a lot of Age of Calamity stuff I need to do, though. That stuff printed money last November, and I kind of want to do it again. To make up for the money I spent. Though I didn't spend too much on vacation. But to make up for what I did. Plus, we won't be making much money again because I'm going off for like a week or so during the family trip. So I got to make up for the double vacation money loss. Both from the vacation itself and the fact we weren't making content. Though we still make money when we do absolutely nothing. But it's obviously less than when we're doing something. Yeah, if we do Slay Aspire, we're going to be playing Watcher a lot. Because I still haven't done 19 difficulty on her. And then I'd want to try for a heart kill. So I might actually do that this week. They'll probably need to focus a little bit more on Age of Calamity first, though. Yeah, I've seen a lot of mixed experiences from Monster Train. Based on his player count, too, it seems to be substantially lower than Slay Aspire, even though it's a newer game. Which is kind of interesting, too. Like, Slay Aspire, I think, still maintains, like, average of, like, 5,000 to, like, 9,000 or something. It's pretty insane. Whereas, last I checked, Monster Train was substantially lower. Like, Gems of War gets, like, way higher player base than Monster Train. And I think it might be on PC only? I'm not really sure. Or, like, Monster Train's at, like, what? Oops, why did it not do thing? Yeah, it's pretty much slightly lower than Gems of War number. His peak is higher, but that's because a lot of big streamers and stuff picked it up initially. Yeah, 891 average. Peak 1799. I think Gems of War is higher. Plus, I think this is only on PC, whereas obviously Gems of War is not only on PC. 24-hour peak already over 2,000. Average higher as well. Other average, like, double it. And, yeah, Slay Aspire is still surprisingly, like, really high. I think it's even higher than Darkest Dungeon, which is really surprising. A lot of really big streamers play it. Or got big because of Slay Aspire as well. They have just 24-hour, 10,000. Max around 33. When did it hit max? I think that was like around when it closed beta? Like when the beta ended? Interesting. Yeah, what's Darkest Dungeon doing? They announced Darkest Dungeon 2. However, I believe it's Epic Games exclusive initially, which means the game's gonna die. Darkest Dungeon's still getting pretty big numbers. Relatively. I'm surprised its peak's not higher. A lot of really big streamers picked it up initially. I'm pretty sure that peak was really early on. Oh, it's actually not. Really? That's really weird. Oh, it might have been in early access and that was when it launched. Wasn't it in early access for like a year or something? That seems to be 2 years. Yeah, this is when the early access likely launched. I have no clue what that date might have been. But this was probably the official 100% full release. And this was around the time we played it, I believe. Somewhere around there. And no clue why it spiked there. Maybe it's whenever they do huge sales. I'm not sure. It seems to randomly spike out of nowhere. Occasionally. Oh, maybe it might be DLC too, if they drop like a big DLC. Because I think they did 2 DLCs. The Blood something. And the Color of Madness. So those might have been the 2 DLC locations. Almost forgot about that. The Crimson Court was the one. Crimson Court and Color of Madness. So those were probably the 2 DLC locations, I would assume. But yeah, the very first one was when the early access launched. The second big spike was when it was out of early access. The third one was Crimson Court, and the fourth one was Color of Madness. And now there won't be any more spikes unless they do a big sale, just because they already announced the second one. Which still hasn't launched for whatever reason. I'm not sure if I'm going to play it, though. The fact that it's Epic exclusive makes it a lot more annoying. It's only going to be Epic exclusive for the first year during early access, though. I'll probably just wait till the official release. Darkest Sector 1 was pretty fun, though. Oh, so hello, Santiago. Welcome. It's also a really good streaming game, which is why a lot of streamers picked it up as well. Because a lot of interesting things can happen at any point. I know, so many heart attacks in that game. Very true. Oh yeah, Century Age of Ashes is still not even relaunched yet. They were planning on in April. It is like 3 months later. And I'm not sure what's up with it. They're definitely still trying to launch this year. But the community for the game has kind of kept me away from it. The community for the game has been very toxic from what I've seen so far. Which makes me not want to get into it. Oh no, we might revisit it some, we'll see. But it's not even launched yet. They're having some kind of issue launching the game. It's a pretty small dev team. It's obviously an indie kind of game. So they're kind of struggling to push it out. But yeah, it's currently delayed by over 3 months. Possibly even longer. They have no official date yet. Other than that, they're trying to get it out before the end of the year. Pretty much Puzzle Quest 3's release times. Like, yeah, it's probably going to be sometime this year. No official date. Sometime within that time frame. Oh yeah, it's midnight. Thank you for reminding me. Let me go do the code. I did say I would do a code at midnight at the halfway point, and actually that's slightly higher than half, and that is midnight. Okay, let me go do the second code. You are correct. That is code time. Let me just go find where on earth this code is. This is also the shiny codes. Not sure why Kafka gave us shiny codes, but I will not complain. They have slightly different loot than normal. Slightly more beneficial loot, unless you care about treasure maps. If you are the 0.0000001% of players who might care about treasure maps, you'll have to spend glory instead of them. I used Tyree for a little while, though it's normally just better used doing glory to get them, since you can just mass buy as many as you need within seconds, assuming you have the glory for it. But anyways, there's the redeem code. Use on gemsofwar.com for the game code section. Your invite code will be found in your settings menu. Whatever game says in the bottom left corner right over there is what you put in to the game or to the website thingy. The redeem code's right over there in chat. It's copy paste random numbers and letters starting with YN. And it gives same word as all. Actually, no, it doesn't. It gives. I'm so used to just saying that every time. But it gives 500 souls, 25 gems, and 5,000 gold, which is very shiny. Basically like 2 gnome drops of gold, I mean of gems. Of gold as well. They tend to give 2,500. It's their worst drop. But getting it twice automatically is not bad. Obviously the bigger drop is the gems, similar to how the gem keys on the other ones. Theoretically that's like 2 or 3 gem keys. There's no treasure maps. Yeah, unfortunately that'll be the final code we'll hand out for now. But we'll have more as we do every single night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every single night, which is 4 hours prior to now every night. It feels weird to say such a high number for it. Normally we don't stream this late. But that seems to be a Sunday thing. Lately some of our biggest streams have been on Sundays. For no particular reason, but it kind of works out because I normally stay up on Sundays anyway so I can record the Monday video. The only problem with that is sometimes I crash before it hits 3 a.m. because I can't record it till then. Though when daylight saving times occurs, it's actually at 2 a.m. so I can record it a little bit earlier, which is convenient. But for half the year, it's at 3 a.m., which is inconvenient because it's a whole other extra hour I have to wait. Which normally means I crash and then I do it sometime the following day after I get all the stuff I need to do done. Because normally when I'm staying up, I'm planning my day based on me getting it done at night. But then if I crash and wake up at a random time and then still have to do the video, then it kind of throws off the entire day's schedule. But if I get it done before bed, it normally makes for a good Monday schedule. Because then I get proper sleep and the video's already up. Which is the game plan tonight. Hopefully it'll work out. It should. Because I could do it in 3 hours from now. We'll probably be streaming for about another hour, maybe a little bit less, half an hour. Probably about 1 we should be able to hit it. maybe a little earlier. Even once we get the level, I still need to open the rest of the keys, though. At this point, I think it's 13 keys. Unless we get more between now and then. What time do I normally stream in the morning? We normally only do a morning Gems of War stream on Fridays, which is normally either at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or noon Eastern Standard Time. Really depends on if I feel like I need more sleep on a given day. Normally it's no later than noon, though. But yeah, Friday's the only consistent day we ever do a morning Gems of War stream, and it's normally to do whatever the Friday event is. In this case, raids with a new weapon for Dragon's Claw. Obviously, the most interesting day of those is whenever a new faction comes out. But we still have fun with whatever the event thingy is. Of course, this Friday was the Vault event. Next Friday, it's raids, so on and so forth. With new factions being the bigger one. So unfortunately, I couldn't do it last Friday, or last new faction, because I was away at the time. I was on a plane, so I could not do it. Still covered a summary video, but we couldn't do the stream, of course. So I'm not sure if I'm streaming any other games this week. If we do, it'll probably be one Age of Calamity stream, one Fall Guys stream, and one Slay the Spire stream. Probably not in that order, though. So if we do anything first, it'll probably have to be Age of Calamity. Or maybe not, because I might want to cover some guide videos, then do another stream, because it'll get more attention towards the stream, I guess. Though when it comes to Age of Calamity, the video is a lot more important than the stream. Honestly, we could never stream the game again and just focus on videos and probably be perfectly fine. Main reason I do the streams is because if I'm already going to be doing something with the game, I might as well stream it rather than just do it on my own. Even though I do a lot of farming here and there off stream for it. I do still do quite a bit of gaming off stream. Not as much as I used to, though. Which is normally if I'm going to do something, it's like, yeah, we'll do it on stream. But I still do quite a bit off stream. I haven't done too many new games off stream, though. Like starting something brand new. Because normally, if we're going to do that, it's like, I might as well just stream it at that point. Let you guys see it as well. Also, whenever we do a completely new game, the first stream of every single time we do so tends to get more attention. Whenever we do something brand new that we've never done before. Then every subsequent stream does a lot worse. Mostly because the people aren't interested in the game, would just stop watching for every further episode or every stream we do. Whereas the initial time, everyone's interested to see what it is, especially if they haven't played it before. Have I ever played Age of Empires? No. I believe I got it for free off of Epic Games at one point, though, I think. If I'm not mistaken. I haven't actually ever used the Epic Game Launcher to play a game, though. Even though I've claimed a couple of their free games here and there. I almost feel like just uninstalling it, but I know I'm going to need it for some reason at some point. How much longer till we reach next level? Probably within the next hour. Hard to tell exactly. When that bar reaches that bar, we have hit our level. Well, obviously, that's how bars work. But, I would assume it's about an hour. Hard to tell exactly. All time is just meshing together. Also, the longer we go, the more I'll talk about completely random topics. Also, I get very laughy the later it goes as well. I tend to laugh a lot for really random reasons as it gets later at night. I'm actually surprised it doesn't ever come off when we do the morning videos for the thing. But it's normally because I'm trying to focus and get it done so I can sleep. Because normally by the time it's finished recording, it's already like 4 or 5 a.m. After having not slept the previous night yet. Plus I still need to upload it, get the thumbnail, get the tags, get the everything else for it. Thank you, Ricardo. We're definitely gonna get it done. That's what you've been waiting for. We have slightly already. I don't know, what do you want to talk about? I'm really bad at generating topics, especially this late at night. Let's do it. It's been a while since we streamed past midnight. Definitely not something we do often. Definitely not used to it, that's for sure. You're heading out as soon as one more gnome appears. Oh yeah, we never did do a poll this stream, did we? What was in the box? Oh. I don't think I can answer that on YouTube. What was in that box is too hard to explain. Within 1 hour. I know exactly what you're referring to. I know what box you're referring to. There is no amount of time that could possibly explain that was in that box. My eyes are being all tiredy now. I really need to get some kind of eye drop or something for them. Although it doesn't help staring at a screen for like 5 hours straight. This is why I normally don't do longer streams too. My eyes just get too irritated after a while. Especially at night. Haha, Tyrion. Yes, that would be a stream we could do it for if we ever were to finally do it. It would be very hard to properly explain the amount of things I would need to explain it, though. It would be very convoluted and take a very long time. Shall remain the mystery box for now. I'm actually surprised you remember that. And the second you asked that, I knew exactly what you were referring to, too. Pretty sure you've asked it like 4 times now. It shall remain a secret for now. I'll catch you later, Cookie. Good night. Thanks for stopping by. You're not aware of that story? What story? The box story? It's not really a story. I believe I just mentioned that I got a box on one day. It's kind of become this whole thing somehow. I can't remember exactly how it came to be. We've gotten a lot of 1,000 glories this stream. I got 3 within like 10 minutes, an hour or 2 ago as well. Great time to be getting glory. What's even our glory number these days? It's almost 2 million, gosh. I should have bought in more event keys way back when. I was concerned they were going to add some kind of infinite sync, because they actually told us that they were about to do something that would make the glory thing not buyable anymore. So one suspicion was, oh, they're telling us because they want us to sync all of our glory, so that they could then do something else I would have to sync it into but not have any glory left. But they never did. Because I think I spent like several 100,000 on event keys then. We even did a big stream for opening them for like an hour, 2 hours straight. Because you had to do them one at a time because there's no buy option, multi-buy option. That was the patch where the multi-buy option came into the game. But I think I had like 700,000 glory left. I should have went down to like 100,000. Or even a bit lower. Because now we have like almost 2 million and we can't do like anything with it other than just spend it on glory keys or something. That's like the only way we could possibly even use that amount. Oh, excuse me, gosh. Surprised it's still carbonated. It's been out for like 2 hours now. And it is still carbonated. You got Keeper of Souls. Generally, most legends you wouldn't necessarily need to craft. However, it is one of the most controlled skull spam troops in the game. So if you're like skull spam teams, it's a nice way to learn how to skull spam teams in various ways. Since it's a really controlled option for it. As far as the meta, it's not like insanely meta. It's not bad either. It's like in the middle. It's a good troop to mess around with though. Really fun to use. I personally haven't used it much lately. But it's not a bad option. You generally want to avoid crafting too many legends, if barely any at all, though. Just because you'll have every legend in the game way before you'll have every mythic in the game. But a few exceptions like Tesla and a few others are somewhat okay to go for as legends. But more often than not, you want to skip on legends and just go for mythics. But no, Keeper Soul's not awful. It's a really controlled skull spam option. Generally use it with Apothecary so that you won't get entangled on first slot and be able to feed it brown directly. There's really good synergy for it. You normally need at least one other brown related skull spammer to go with it though. You normally would go like hero with a weapon followed by even Mountain Crusher if you wanted to. Followed by Apothecary, Keeper of Souls, and then one other brown skull spammer. And that's generally the team you would compose it of. Oh yeah, we did like a stream or two during that time. Let's see. And we ended up getting a package, and I never said what was in the box. Even though I know exactly what was in the box. Was I almost going to say what was in the box? I don't think I was ever going to say what was in the box. There's almost no amount of time that can explain what was in the box. Like, you could have 1,000 guesses and you would never guess. Like, even if you're gonna guess that kind of stuff, like, it would take way more than 1,000 guesses. It is something so abstract that no amount of guesses would ever guess what was in that box. It is one of, like, the strangest things that could ever be in a box. I'll say what it is eventually. Tonight's definitely not that night. A clue? No. Honestly, I don't feel like a clue would help. Did I hint that it was a certain type of item? It is definitely an object that can fit within a box. Well, obviously you can see the box. That doesn't really help much. A smaller, prettier box inside. That's always funny when boxes have boxes inside. It's always funny when you order something. Like, not off of Amazon because I don't think they do it, but some other times. And it's like a box inside a box inside a box. I still should troll one of my friends one day. Actually, I think one of them has a birthday in about 2 months. I should ship it a box inside a box inside a box inside a box. For no purpose other than to ship them a box inside a box inside a box inside a box. I think he was low on shipping boxes too, so it might actually help. It might actually be a useful gift. Don't forget to add bubble wrap. Yes, gotta protect the boxes. Wouldn't want our box inside a box inside a box to get damaged by one of the other boxes within the box. Oh, did he come in like that the first time? That's funny. Yes, we are live. What's even funnier is when people come into the recording of the live stream and they like comment in the description thinking that it's still live. I've had that happen a couple times. That was also very funny. That still happens on about a monthly basis. There'll be a random person that thinks the stream is live and like comment into the comment section. And I would assume they realize it is not live. However, a lot of them don't actually delete the message. Some of them do, though. Which makes me think they did not realize their mistake. Oh, that's funny. Our stream's been going so long that your Roku box booted you. That's funny. Yeah, I don't have my past streams archived that well for when interesting things happen. Nor do we really have compile videos for stuff. been a lot of interesting moments. I don't keep track of a lot of them, though. They're all there, though. I believe it was October of 2019. You can also tell because there weren't any other streams like a week away from it. So it should be in like the middle of nowhere, video-wise. Because there should be a noticeable gap between them. Because obviously we weren't doing videos or anything at the time. Other than maybe like the Monday video or something. You've been waiting like a year or two for the test After Dark stream? I know, that's a hard stream to kind of set up as to when and why we would do it. Who knows, maybe we'll just turn one super late night stream into it someday. Tonight is not that night. Or is it? No, I'm too tired. The caffeine is definitely starting to crash a bit, that's for sure. And drinking more is not really helping. Yes, it's theoretically been like 2 years since we said we would do it. It's just a really weird kind of stream to do. Because I wouldn't know how to do it. Also, I'm generally bad at streams where we're just talking the whole time. And not actually actively doing something. What are some of those questions that aren't the box-related question? Who knows, maybe we can answer some now. But not the box. It's just you always start with the box. Bounty in 32 days? Is it that long away? Did we just recently have one? Oh, well, that's why it is far away, isn't it? That would explain it. Duh. If we recently had a bounty, obviously it's kind of far away. You sure? I don't know. What's the question? I would need to know the question first. The friend in the shock collar? Yes, I do have 2 shock collars. It's rather fun. Did I mention that during that? I guess I did. He really likes shocking himself. He's quite a masochist. It was very funny. So basically I have these 2 shock collars. And there's a couple things that's rather interesting with it. One really funny thing is they're both like the same kind. And this can happen with like quite a few other devices, like even remote controls and stuff, like with like TVs. But basically the controller ends up working on both of them, just with one. And there was a very funny instance where basically the both of us were shocked because it was both running off the exact same one. So instead I just put both of them on him. But yeah, it was pretty funny because both the shock collars were actually running off the same controller. And we could not find any way to make that not happen. Luckily, humans have 2 legs. So it worked. But yeah, he definitely very much so too much liked shocking himself. I actually had to take the controller away out of his own safety. I was legitimately concerned. They're basically just shock collars meant for dogs. That are definitely very much human compatible. They have those things on it, so it doesn't like hurt like the skin. Like it doesn't like burn the skin or anything. Like it definitely hurts. You know, like a normal shocking thing. Oh yeah, I'm definitely over concerned with safety and things like that. I really don't care. I definitely, I don't care if like the person like just wants to like get around to stuff. Like I am definitely like all for safety. 100%. Probably too much paranoid about it sometimes. Though it's probably also associated that I'm such a germaphobe as well. The amount I wash my hands and stuff like that. Definitely way too high. I'm aware of it too, it's just a habit at this point. But yeah, I definitely get around to some weird things. Obviously not topics I normally mention on YouTube though. Personal life stuff. I don't mind talking about it though. There's just normally never a proper time to talk about it. Even right now is probably not. But this late at night, that tends to happen. Wait, what's your second question? I didn't even see your second question. I'm not even sure what your second question is. Like, I see what your second question is, I just don't understand what your second question is. By reading your second question. Like, I don't understand what you're asking. Oh yeah, we're still farming. I'm trying to get the level. We said we wouldn't end the stream until we hit 1,650 for our level. We were almost 1,650. And we had to stay up anyways to go record the Monday video, so it works out. We'll be able to do that in about 2.5 hours from now. Well, it won't be up by then. I still have to record it, get the teams built for it, get everything up on YouTube. It's definitely at least a couple hour process. Hello, Corey. Welcome. They said I have a dungeon in the bedroom? I'm not aware of what you're referring to. I don't recall ever mentioning that. Nor do I. But that would be fun. But I'm not sure what you're referring to. Because you've seen the bedroom before when we did other stuff with the green screen not there, like Ring Fit Adventure. It is a pretty bland bedroom. There is a bed. There is a wardrobe. Actually, technically 2 wardrobes. There's all this computer stuff. And the green screen. That is basically the whole room. So I'm not sure what you're referring to. Sorry if I already talked about it, but do you think about the new mythic on Friday? It is horrible. We were talking about it a bit earlier. If it gets stunned, it loses all of its traits, which are somewhat okay, but it loses all of them, unlike something like a Gloom Leaf, where if it gets stunned, it has Impervious. Though it can still get Curse stunned, of course. But it can get stunned, so all its traits then become useless. There's a epic in the game that basically does what it does for 11 lower mana costs. And yeah, it's just really bad. There's the troop basically already exists. There's an epic that is basically the new mythic at 11 lower mana cost. It just has different traits. If they were both stunned, the epic is a stronger version than the mythic. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You still get it if you have more than half the mythics in the game, but as far as actual usefulness, it is a very horrible mythic. Maybe I said it to mess with you guys during box day. I'm not sure exactly what you're even referring to. Though maybe I did as retraction, who knows? I don't recall. recall ever mentioning such a thing. Or what I would even be referring to if I did. Will they start doing weekly Tower of Dooms? No. Though they will hopefully add some way to get it at a more consistent rate. I'm not sure what their plans are for scrolls. No one really does. They don't even know. For the scrolls that are needed to upgrade all the Doom stuff. I'm pretty sure they have no clue what their plan is for that. So obviously no one else knows either. It was asked about during the Q&A stream and they didn't really have a sufficient answer. If there's any other questions, let me know. We'll still be going for probably about half an hour or so. Oh, I thought that was a key for a second because the pet activated and I saw a mythic border and it was like, oh, epic vault key, and then it's like, oh, that's very much not an epic vault key. Sadness. Why does he even have a mythic border? It should have like a common border. It is such a bad loop. Especially when, hey, well, at least we still got a key. Okay, I made up for it. It's not an epic vault key though. It was teasing us. But no epic vault key. This pet is new. Oh wait, that is one of the newer pets, isn't it? Hold up. Did we finally get a pet that isn't useless? It's like one of the few this entire weekend. You're right. Didn't this just get added a couple weeks ago or a month ago or a couple months ago? Hold up. We need to actually go to this pet. Oh, 22 gems, nice. Yep. Oh yeah, this is like brand new. But yeah, I haven't even seen it a single time since it was released. When was this added? A month ago? Yeah, this is super new. I may need some copies. I need all the copies. This is the first time we've gotten it since it came out. Oh yeah, where has Supplement been? I haven't seen him for a while. Football's been good. It's always weird when someone like goes to the stream every single day and then out of nowhere like is gone for like a month or so. It's like, where did they go? It's happened quite a few times. It'd be like if Bill Warhammer didn't always say first at every single stream. Although someone else will say first in this place. He's among us traumatized. Why traumatized? I wish Venetia could one-shot all the way to 8. She doesn't one-shot 7 or 8. Also, some instances she does even one-shot 6. But normally she does. But stats aren't high enough to do this yet. Eventually they will be, at some point. At some point is not currently now, though. Oh yeah, because he wants us to play more Among Us. I don't know, not really my type of game. I did have fun the one stream we did for it, though. So we can't say we didn't try. Yeah, we did that, like, what, last October for Halloween? Or around the Halloween time? It's kind of the point of why we did it. I haven't done it since, though, and likely will not be. Oh, good, we got 3 pets. Nice. That's a really solid number, though it's a very taunting number that is 1 short, which is very annoying. Should we just max the pet? Oh. I almost feel like maxing some newer cosmetic pets. They take so long to get maxed. The more cosmetic pets come into the game, the harder to become to upgrade. However, I'm hoping they eventually add a feature that will allow us to do so. However, the current state of the game does not have such feature. Anyways, let's keep going. Also, I'm definitely starting to get tired, gosh. I know, that's the problem with Among Us. We kept getting hunted down constantly. Actually, what are the numbers for Among Us these days? I already checked so many other things. Might as well check Among Us. Didn't I just go do a nosedive recently to like almost nothing? Well, relative to what it was at. Relative to that number. That's still a really sizable number, though. To have that many just on PC. That's not even counting every other platform. Having pretty much a 10,000 average. Actually, pretty sure it is. Yep, exactly. 10,000 average. That is still some very solid numbers. Not compared to that, but just in general for a game, that's definitely not bad. That's still pretty absurd, though. How on earth did this game have 500,000 people at one point? Or pretty much 500,000. That I will never understand. 500,000 people. When it launched like this. This is it launched. All this down here. Definitely right here. Like, this is it, the game launched. 100%. And then it's like it gets picked up by some big streamers. And then boom. And then ultra boom. Back in September. And we played it in October. The other highest month. The peak of Among Us. And then the only direction it had to go was down. Because no game could possibly sustain that. Or no indie game anyways. Oh yeah, I got like 1 billion rewards during the Game Awards last year. Didn't it get like 3 to 6 or something? And I'm pretty sure almost their whole dev team was at the Game Awards. Because it was such a small group of people. But big enough where it made you think, like, is that the whole dev team? It might be. Just because of how many people it was. Like, it was a rather large group, but a small enough group where you would probably question if thinking that's probably their whole dev team. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're ever going to start maxing out new cosmetic pets. I've kind of just been holding out, hoping they would add some kind of feature that would make it less insane to try to get them. That feature has yet to exist. I'm not a big coffee person. Also, I almost drank all this caffeine already. Sparkling tea. Pretty much empty. Too lazy to drink the last few sips. SMR of a can jiggle. Oh no, can you hear that? You should be able to hear that. There we go. Well, pretty much. How's it still making noise? There's like almost no liquid left and it's still finding a way to make noise. Though not as much noise. So I got the water and I didn't even start drinking it yet. Also, gosh, it's still hot at night. AC's not triggering either. It's almost a good thing because then it's going to make my eyes water again. Test the ASMR, I know, right? I definitely get a lot loopier the later the night goes. I don't ever need to drink to get looser. You could literally just keep me up for like a couple hours past midnight. And it will probably have the same effect. At least most nights anyways, unless I'm just like ultra tired. Oh, only 100 souls. I hate that drop so much. No, just theoretically better than double trade stone. Have we opened up all of our vault keys? Yes and no. We opened half. We're opening the other half once we hit our level, which is pretty soon, actually. Well, it's soon relative to how long the stream was. As soon as we get that... Actually, that's still pretty soon. Well, once we hit that level, we're done grinding and we're going to open every last key we have. Well, up to 250, or down to 250, I mean. Not every key. Just down to 250. Once we're still hoarding the epic vault keys just in case. There's currently no drop exclusive to it, but you never know. Also, I assume those special troops have a higher drop rate there. I'm not sure if anyone has data mined to confirm. But, I was about to mention. So yeah, we'll be opening about 15 keys, I think. In about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, however long it takes to get the level. 30 minutes? I don't think it's going to take 30 minutes. That bar is starting to get pretty close. We'll definitely have it by 1 o'clock, that's for sure. It's in like 13 minutes. Probably before then. Shouldn't take that long. What's the best way to level hero classes? Quick PvP or explore? Yes. No, they're both good. Theoretically, PvP is quicker. However, it has a caveat to being quicker. For PvP to be quicker, you have to have not done PvP that week. So, for example, next week would not be possible because Guild War coincides with that week, and that would force you to have to do some amount of PvP battles. So next week would not be a good week to do it. However, the best way to farm hero class XP is to repick spam casual PvP for gold while you have a very low PvP rating, like around 500 or so, without ever having gone any higher during that week. If you do this, you'll get a lot of really weak enemies. However, it requires you not to do any PvP, and that is hard to do during a PvP week, during Guild War week, because you're forced to do 5 PvP battles per day, which makes that method not really as doable. It can still be done, but slower. But for it to be the most efficient way, you'd have to deliberately keep a low PvP rating on a given week. For example, you would need it to be this low. It's because I don't think I've done any this week. But, yeah, we need it to be about... Ah, gee, that's even higher than it should be. But you should ideally have this be like 500 something with 0 battles done. Or at most like 1. And if you've done that, you'll get a lot of really weak enemies. Also, gosh, there's still so many people that play this game. PC mobile only, and we don't even have the lowest possible score, 41,000. That is more, that's how many people play weekly, pretty much. Even more than that if you count every platform and everything. I'm pretty sure this game has a 100,000 player base still. If you take every platform and just every player. Because this isn't every player on PC Mobile, because we have higher rating. You'd have to have like a 500 or something rating or slightly below for that to be every player. Still a very large number. And of course it's only PC Mobile, it doesn't check any other console. Anyways, let's keep grinding. Gotta finish it out. Oh, also, a quick Explorer is also pretty good. It's slower than doing PvP, but it's more consistent. Some people prefer just doing Explorer. Also, during a gnome weekend, it's generally better to just do Explorer anyways. Unless you're looking for pet gnomes. Yeah, the only reason I have any PvP done this week is because on the Monday video, I think I tested a team. Which generally I just do it on PvP if I'm testing something or showing something. And also because of the weekly objective, probably on Monday, told us to go do PvP. Probably like 4 times or something. Yeah, it's nice doing longer streams for once, for Gems of War. We normally don't get to chat this much. We're still going to be going for about half an hour or so. Probably about 10 minutes to go get the level. And then opening the keys. And then I need to go rest my eyes, and then we'll go cover the video thingy for tomorrow. And by tomorrow, I mean like a couple hours from now. Though it could still be 4 or 5 hours before it's actually posted. But it will be up before I go to bed. Yeah, even if you're doing the low PvP thing in order to farm class XP in PvP, you still can do the PvP by the end of the week. You would just have to do it on like Saturday or Sunday after you've done farming throughout the week. So just because you're keeping your PvP rating low throughout the week doesn't mean you can't still do the battles at the end. Excuse me. Gosh, I'm still a burpee from the carbonated water. But I need the caffeine. I'm definitely feeling the slight crashiness of the caffeine though. But also surprisingly awake in a different way. I'm simultaneously very sleepy and very awake. This is a weird feeling. Like I want to run a mile with my eyes closed. It is that kind of feeling right now. That pretty much perfectly describes how I feel. A combination of a lot of built-up energy while also being tired. You're still on level 4 on all characters on Slay the Spire. Yeah, it can take a little while to get up. I haven't been playing it too much recently, but we were able to make pretty good progress. I have the first 3 at 20, and we have Watcher at 19. And I think we're going to stream it sometime this week, one of the days. I'm not sure which. Maybe Wednesday? We'll see. No official date yet. But, because I still have some things I need to do tomorrow. Not the video. But other things. But obviously the video, too. But, oh, Volky, nice. But, yeah, our goal when we do the next Slay the Spire stream will be, get Watcher to 20 and hopefully do a hard kill with 20 for her. And, I don't think I've done it for the other character yet, either a hard kill on 20. We might eventually do a stream where we just go for a bunch of hard kills on 20. The only problem with that is that's hard to do. Like, we tried doing it on Valentine's Day, and I did not get a single heart kill on 20 during Valentine's Day. There's a lot of things that can go wrong towards the end of the run. I'm also not used to doing heart runs, because a good majority of my plays has been done just to the end of Act 3 in Slay the Spire. Very rarely have I bothered going all the way to heart, which makes me very bad at trying to kill the heart, because there's 2 differences with that. One is on Ascension 20, you have to fight 2 bosses instead of 1 on Act 3. And the second is you don't have to kill the heart, which that's a issue in itself, because you have to build really specifically. Like, building to the end of Act 3 and building to actually kill the heart are somewhat two different things. Like, heart builds will kill Act 3 as well. If you're just looking to get heart Act 3 done, you don't necessarily need a build for the heart. Yeah, Slay the Spire is a very addicting game. It's also on sale right now. They also released it on phone recently too. Earlier this year, I believe it did. Actually, around Valentine's Day. I think I mentioned it during the Valentine's stream or something. But like February this year, I think they did an Android version on phone. I think. Actually, I never bothered looking up in the App Store. How much is it? I don't think I would bother playing it on phone. I'd get it on Switch before I'd get it on phone. I think it's like 12 bucks right now on Steam. It's on sale for whatever summer sale thing they're doing. I don't even pay attention to what Steam does these days. Let me check. Is that actually on phone? It should have been. Let me see. Slay the Spire. Never bothered checking. Slay the Spire. Oh, it has an icon. How much is it? 10 bucks on phone. Which is 3 bucks cheaper than on Steam. Also, only 4.5 stars? That's kind of weird. Is it because of usability on phone? It's a 4.5 star game with 1-star controls. Yeah, they might have made the phone version a little clunky. Which is a bit weird because I've heard the Switch version of it's actually really good. And I assume they pretty much just took most of the code base from the Switch version. Or not like literally, but you know. Like the premise of making it work on Switch touchscreen is pretty much a similar premise to how you would make it work on phone. The only difference is phone is even smaller, which obviously is a bit of an issue because of text size and stuff like that. I think it has like 98% positive or something on Steam. It's pretty insane. Any game that ever gets 97 or higher percent is pretty insane how that even happens. Like, there's always some amount of trolls that will always like downvote or want to hate on something regardless. So to even break that 95% threshold is even amazing. But even getting like a few percent higher than that's pretty insane. I think it has 97 all time and 98% recently. Very few games have that. I'm curious if the people who made Slay the Spire will ever make a sequel. I sure hope they would. Though I hope they don't make it an Epic Games Store exclusive like Darkest Dungeon did. I still feel like that's going to be the death of Darkest Dungeon 2. Where games go exclusive to Epic for a year. And then it gets launched and it's like, wait, that game exists? Because no one's talking about it normally when it's on Epic Games. Or at least not as much as they would be otherwise if it was on Steam or something else. Yeah, and I was right. We would get it done almost by 1 o'clock. I was slightly off because it looks like we're still about 5 minutes away. And now we need to go open all the keys. So I'll definitely be done by 1:30. It's probably the longest Gems of War stream we've done in a while. We got the glory dome. Anything good in it? No, just 200. Well, every glory gnome drop's good, but that is the worst of the good drops. Also, hey, the amount of likes on the stream is higher than the viewer count for once. Oh, no, never mind. They both made it to 37 again. That almost never happens. But that's because it's people from earlier as well. Actually, I didn't even like my own stream yet. We can make it one higher. I normally don't bother doing it. Or if I do, it's after the fact, not during. Because obviously we're streaming. And the back end of YouTube doesn't allow you to do it. Or if you just go in the front end, it just lets you. Because why not? I'm not even sure if liking your own stream even helps. Though it doesn't hurt to try. There we go. We have liked our own stream. There you go, Ricardo. Thank you. Yeah, it's very rare to see. Though it's more likely to happen on longer streams, obviously. Also, our Age of Calamity streams actually had that going. I think they were getting like 20-something likes. Yet at times we had like less than that viewer-wise. We even dipped to single digits at times. It was still getting a decent like rate. Because for whatever reason, a lot of people who just randomly stop by would just immediately like it. It's also a bit weird because they got a lot of views after the fact, which is rather surprising. It must be people who want guides, thinking it might have been a guide, and it's like, nope, this was just a stream. And then still kept watching. Or at least partly watching for it to count as a view. We're so close. We can see it. We can see the sliver. It's almost there. Get there already. It's like a minute or two. And then we'll go open all the keys. Vault key, epic vault key, anything of value? That is something of value. Not the something of value we're looking for specifically. But it is indeed something of value. And now we gotta watch like 20 battles, all pretend to be the next level, and all of them not be the next level. Also, how's my ear sweating? Is it starting to get that warm in here? I'm still not wondering why the AC hasn't turned back on. Yeah, the back of my ear is literally sweating. It might be because of all the hair, too. I need to get a haircut soon. I still haven't shaved it or taken a haircut a single time since the pandemic started. I feel like just shaving it all off. Like we did with the beard. If we do, we'll do it both again simultaneously. But I only did the beard earlier. Anyways, we hit our level. We have done it! We have done it. Also, we're getting close to having 500 purples. It has been done. Okay. That's not the end of the stream, though. We still have one last thing to do. And no, I'm not going to try getting 14 no more gnomes. We're done. It is technically possible, but we'd have to be here, like, all night. Well, not all night, but another hour. Which we are not doing. However, what we will do is double check our number. 6 is 17. I did count them correctly. Good. Okay, let's go open all of our pity keys, and that's how many keys we will be opening, plus those 6. So it looks like we have 15 keys to go open, which is almost how much we opened earlier. So we got pretty much a perfect split of 15-15. I'm not sure exactly how many we opened earlier. Oh, I guess it was 11 plus 13. So we opened 24 earlier. And we're opening 15 now. Sounds like a game plan. Okay, let's go open 15. And that will conclude our stream once we finish. Well, let's go see if we can get lucky. We started with a major blue earlier. Oh yeah, also we finally hit the 1,650 milestone. The goal is 1,700 before the end of this month. I mean, the year. I mean, definitely not the end of this month. Before the end of the year, the goal is to hit 1,700. Though theoretically, we do know we can easily hit a level per day if we really want to go all out. That means by the end of next year, we could hit max level, or, you know, level 2,000. That will likely not happen, though, because it would require us to play about 2 to 3 hours every single day of just straight grinding with Dust Devil team. We'll save it for gnome events, because at least we get better value. Oh, then again, changes next patch? Hold up. Maybe we will consider doing that over the next year and make sure by the end of the year we hit it, because some changes next... What on earth is that lag? But some changes next patch might actually make that viable. We'll have to see exactly how next patch works, because I haven't been in this beta, so I haven't actually gotten to see it directly. But also, what on earth is this lag? Gosh, why is it deciding to lag spike all of a sudden? But there are some changes next patch that might make that more viable. Also, that's sad. The 20 gem drop off the gnome, which just becomes 24, is better than the rest of the key. It's not even the Cedric drop. That's pretty sad. You got an orb of power from a vault key? Nice. I've gotten 2 so far within 6 months. So we got way above average. Realistically, you're going to get 1 per year from majors if you get every single major orb that's possible, not counting leaderboards. But, you know, just like the guild ones and everything else. So I'm definitely way above drop rate. Though it would be nice to see a 3rd. I would sure hope so. But it's always nice to see any amount of them. Power is obviously very important. It's one of the most important resources in the game other than Imperials and deep books. But there isn't really any proper way to get Imperials or deep books. Though there are ways to get power orbs, luckily. A lot of events work towards it. Also, what on earth is that lag? I think it might be because of our hero for whatever reason. Oh, 24 gem keys. We haven't gotten that drop yet. Nice. It's a 20 gem key drop that gets buffed. Okay, final stretch. Let's go open this last dozen keys. Well, technically Baker's dozen. Gotta get that extra one in there. That reminds me, that's something I haven't had for a while. Donuts. I've been trying to stay away from them. Initially because of the pandemic. Secondly because of diet reasons. Well, not literally diet, but you know, not wanting to eat something. Yeah, there's something broken with our hero right now. It's so weird. Can you try not casting our hero as much as we can? Because I don't want to bother restarting the game at this point. Yeah, there's something really laggy with our hero right now. I might need to restart the game or something. Okay, that time it didn't lag at all. That was weird. Gosh, stop giving me the useless stuff. The 6 gems is better than you. We also got it. Oh, we got one of the bigger gold drops from the gnome. Though the biggest it can do is 60,000. Which is always funny when it does, because it almost looks like a Cedric drop. Almost. Oh, new files got pushed. Restart the game. Oh, okay. That might help. Yeah, we'll go restart the game real quick for the final 10 keys, just so we're not so laggy. Seems like a good idea. Because that's starting to get annoying. A gigantic lag spike. Don't summon. What are you doing? That's not nice. Also, how did you not die to that? Feels like I'm watching at 1x speed. Gosh, Valraven too, awful. Alright, let's restart the game real quick. Loading, 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 loading. No signal because there's nothing. Loading, loading. Loading, loading. Loading, loading. Okay, we got it back. we have a signal. Also, that's the new background for the new faction, I think. Wait, did we already get that background? I can't remember. If it didn't already happen, it's for next faction. Can't remember if it was the most recent faction or next one. It might be next one. I'm pretty sure it's next one. Anyways, let's finish what we're doing. 11 keys left. About a dozen. Well, it will be a dozen if we randomly find one. Okay, now we should no longer lag, hopefully. Possibly. We'll find out in a couple moments when we lag. Let's see if Hero lags. That's the one that was doing it earlier. Nope, it doesn't lag. Okay. We have fixed the lag. All we had to do was restart the game after playing for 5 hours straight, which seems to fix everything. If in doubt, restart the game. Restart and unplug it. The solution to every technical error. Alright, final 10 keys, unless we get more randomly. Oh, major? Power, please. Power, 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 power. That is very much not a power. We've gotten every color. Actually, no, we didn't get major purple yet. We started with major blue, and we've just gone downhill from loop from there. That is the only super good orb we've gotten. No small blues, no major purples, just a major blue. I did get a small purple, though. Only one. We just did that the other way around. I guess it wouldn't matter too much, though. But doing it that way gave the guarantee rope dart without having to worry about it. Also, we've gotten enough Cedrics to max Cedric. In the last, like, 40-something keys. We have gotten enough to max him. For, like, the billionth time. I think I have, like, almost 100 copies of him. Actually, I need to check after we finish this how many copies of Cedric we have. I'm very curious at this point. I'm pretty sure it's almost 100. Which means we would have gotten 106 copies of them. But I'm pretty sure we've gotten over 100 copies of them. Which even if we're slightly below 100, that still means we've gotten that many copies. Up a normal orb and 2 event keys. Really weird amount. Pretty bad key overall. Okay, final 8. Come on, something good. Come on, we want at least one other big drop. A big blue, a big purple. Maybe a power orb. That's not too much to ask for, is it? A power orb randomly. $120 gem. We didn't hit the 300 gem drop. Well, we hit the 100 that goes to 120 2 times. But we haven't hit the 250 that goes to 300 yet. Not this time. We have before, just not this weekend. It's obviously rarer. Oh, why did I do that one? Now I can't do Cedric. I have no clue why I targeted it like that. That's very weird. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. Cedric is more common than the common. I am pretty sure. Or they might be weighted the same, but because there's so many commons, it seems like they're happening less. Because like right there is like our 3rd or 4th common. We've gotten like 4 or 5 Cedrics. So their drop table seems, their drop rate seems to be the same. But there's only 1 Cedric in this drop table. Whereas the gnomes have like 6 different commons or something. Which makes it seem like you're getting a lot less, even though it's about the same. Like, I'm pretty sure the chance of getting a common is about the same as getting a Cedric. The chance of trying to get one of those other legends is substantially rarer. Like, way rarer. Like, we could open 100 vault keys and still get 0 rarer. Rarer. Random orb. Hey, blue. Okay, at least we got something else that's useful. Major blue and small blue. We got 5 blue value so far. Can we get a power for 12? Can we see the Powerball? Show us the Powerball. play the lottery eventually. Just to throw away our money. I don't know, I don't get the point of lottery. Like, obviously winning would be cool. But your chance of winning is basically the equivalence of burning money. Like, you'd probably have a better experience just burning the money. It will essentially do the same thing. Oh, well, everything is good except for the orb, which is bad. I had a feeling. Saw that loot and it's like, yep, we're gonna get a bad orb. The side stuff was better than the orb. I wonder what it would feel like living life without having to worry about any money. That'd be nice. I still feel like I wouldn't spend a lot. I'm already way too frugal to start just spending a lot if I ever did come by money. I'm way too frugal. A lot of diamonds, 62. 4 event keys, some gold. You hit 13 pity key? Nice. I hit 9. I'm not going to bother for the 10th. There's enough time to get to 10th, but I am definitely not going to. I want to check how many Cetrics that we have and how many trophies we have after this. And then probably take a quick power nap for an hour. That hopefully will not result into multiple hours. If nothing else, one good thing about farming on stream is I feel more encouraged to actually farm. Maybe we should make a weekly goal to gain 5 levels. Or at least gnome events, we need to make a goal to get like X amount of levels and not stop until we do. Because having a goal plan makes it a little bit better to grind. Doesn't feel as bad. Having a really specific goal. I could have taken that first, so I guess that still works. Totally intended. 100% intended. We'll need to get a lot of those moves during Guild Wars. Though sometimes overthinking it can make you do a bad move. And not see the very hard to see good moves that sometimes you just randomly take. Yeah, it's definitely worth grinding out this event, that's for sure. Hey, a blue orb. Also, he gives 120 souls instead of 100. See, it's not as bad. Obviously, the blue orb being the better one. So far we got 6 blue value. 1 major and 2 minors. So, 6 total. Between a 2 minor and 1 major. Could have been worse. Could have been better. At least we got started with the major blue, which made us feel good. Too bad that was the peak of all of our loot. Unless it's about to top it right now. One can hope. What would I want to see from this key? I'm pretty sure not a single one of them will happen. 300 gems would be pretty cool to build up our gems back up. Any of those new troops would be pretty cool. I'm pretty doubtful of that. I already have them all, but I still want to see them. It'd be just as useless as getting a common, but I still want to see it. And obviously a power or major blue or major purple would be pretty cool. What do we get? Useless disappointment? Yep. Damon, no. If nothing else, at least we got almost every common. I think the only one we missed was Mech Gnome and Normal Gnome. Every other one we got. We got Pet, we got... Oh, we didn't get the Valraven either. But every other one other than those 3 I think we got. But that's not really that useful. Why do you even give 1 copy? There should be like 10 or 50 copies or something. Why only 1? That's such a pointless number to give for something that's a common that requires 191 copies. I'm pretty sure 0 people have ever gotten this fully maxed simply by getting copies for it. I'd be surprised if a single person has even gotten 91 copies of it and then use a blue orb on it. Like, I'm pretty sure 0 people in the whole game have done that. There's some people who just immediately use a blue orb on it, or, you know, the major blue. But I don't think there is a single person who has gotten 91 copies of a common, got it to legend, then use a blue orb to get it max that way. I'd be very surprised if the number of people who have done that is even one. It's about as rare as someone eventually going for 1,000 Horde faction. It's just something that likely will not happen. It's just so much gold. I believe it's about 1 billion gold. Though it could be a bit less depending on what treasures you do, but it's about 1 billion gold. I've been in this guild for like 4 or 5 years, and I don't even think we hit 500 million yet. Since we made this guild. Though we also don't gold farm specifically too often. Anyways, I wanted to check a couple things. One is, how many trophies did we get this week? Also, how many trophies did Isabel get? Gosh, 11,355, and I'm pretty sure she's still farming even once we stop. Yeah, we hit 3,442. I said earlier we'd probably hit 3,600. I was pretty close to the guesstimate. I wasn't actually that far off. But yeah, Isabel absolutely killed it this week. Also, SP kind of stopped it, apparently. I'm pretty sure 2 hours ago he was at the same number, so I'm pretty sure he's sleeping by now. So he stopped just under 9,000. But yeah, Isabel might reach 12,000 by the end of this thing, gosh. That is a lot. Here, Isabel, have a gift. Only have 5 left, have one of them. Good job. Okay, anyways, other things. That pity key is so tempting, but we're definitely not going for it. There's enough time. It would take like less than an hour, or about an hour. I shall not be doing that though. I am all faulted out. I'm looking for one other thing. Oh yeah, how many Cedrics do we have? I wanted to check that. We have 63, which means in total we have gotten 68 Cedrics. Is how many? Oh yeah, you are going to reset. I thought so. But yeah, we've gotten 68 Cedrics total. That is how many Cedrics we have gotten. Yep, no problem. Yeah, 68. That's a little bit less than I thought, but that's still 62 more than we need. Which means 62 times we could have had some kind of loot that wasn't useless. And then we got Cedric. Too bad you can't like convert Cedric into a vault key or something. Can I get a reroll? I would like to convert 2 Cedrics into 1 vault key. That's not asking for too much. I would like to craft my Cedric into a vault key. Using the Cedric and some souls. Come on, Soulforge, do something useful. There's so many things you could be doing, and I feel like you're doing almost none of it. Also, souls are still awful. Also, I'm not sure why they added treasure upgrading for these 2 thingies. It's rather pointless. So what's the point of even being able to make a ring? They should have just made it a higher amount and made this the crown and made this like a sacred treasure or something. Not sure why they even did that. They did that a couple patches ago. It was kind of pointless. Oh yeah, that reminds me. How many troops are in the game? We're getting really close to the 1,000 point. They've already preemptively made over 1,000. But the live game doesn't have 1,000 yet. We're getting really close. We're at 984. We might actually hit it by the next faction. It costs 133,422,400 gold to get the horde level to 1,000 using all mythic treasure. The problem with that is no one's going to do it with all mythic treasure. The amount of time it takes to get that many mythic treasure is very high. Even if you did factions every single day, I am pretty sure the amount you would have is around, I don't know, what would it even come out to? How many sacred treasures can you get? It depends on what the drop rate is. Do we actually know what the drop rate is? Hold up. Do we actually know that info? Because you can get about 400 shards per day or so. If you did your daily thing every single day. I believe it comes out to about that much. It depends on RNG, but I believe it averages to about 400. Does it actually tell us the drop rate? No. Oh no, those are troops. Yes, it does. It is about a 1% chance. Okay. So that means if it's a 1% chance and you get it exactly at drop rate and it costs 20 each time, that's basically about 20 times 100. That's 2,000 per. You get about 400 per day. Counting the Tuesday faction. Well, it's 400 per day times 7. That's 2,800. And then you have the faction events. How many would you really get for that? 2,800, and then you have those other battles that are on 2 times multiplier. I guess it's about 3,500. So 3,500 divided by, well, how many would you need for the thing again? Around 2,000. Right? Yeah, around 2,000. So you could get about 2 sacred treasure per week is what I'm gathering here. Roughly. Probably less. But you're going to get 1 or 2 sacred treasure per week. Is that too far off? That seems about right. So if you got 2 sacred treasure per week, that comes out to... Yeah, you're never getting a max faction. That is basically what that data says. But you could do genie lamps too, and that makes it a little bit better, but we're still talking like 200 or millions gold, plus a very high amount of treasure. Oh no, oh no. Depends what mythic drop rate is. It just doesn't seem realistic. It seems like it would take like 2 or 3 years and 200 million gold. That's a lot of resources. That's 200 legendary tasks as well for the guilds. So you definitely wouldn't want someone in your guild trying for that, that's for sure. Since a lot of their gold will be allocated towards it. That could have went to the guild. But anyways, guys, any other questions? Otherwise, I need a crash. But hopefully we won't crash so hard that I won't be able to record the video soon. Gosh, it's so much gold. What is it for bags? I know for sure it's over 1 billion because people have done the math in the past. Could you do the math on how much gold it would cost to do bags all the way to 1 billion? I mean, all the way to 1,000, I mean. I know it's over 1 billion. I just forget the exact number. It's very high. It might actually be like 3, 4, 5 billion or something. Maybe even higher than that. It's absurdly high. Like, it's a hilariously high number in the billions. Like, it's so high, I don't think any person in the entire game has ever even accumulated that much gold in the lifetime of the game. Like, it's some kind of absurdly high billions. What do you mean can't do bags? Is the math just too hard, I guess? But, yeah, bags would be pretty insane. It'd be literal billions. It's a hilariously high number. Like, no one in the history of the game has accumulated enough gold for how much it would cost to max it with bags. Which is why I wish they would add some kind of way to upgrade the treasures. I'm really surprised they have not added a functionality for that. Especially since it's a relatively useless resource anyways. But anyways, guys, thanks for sticking around for so long. The 30-something of you who are still around, greatly appreciated. Anyways, well, apparently we'll have another big stream next Sunday night. Well, not really big. I don't think it definitely won't be this long, that's for sure. But we'll have 2 codes next Sunday because it's Independence Day. So we'll do it for the holiday. Somehow we've somehow got 3 Sundays in a row where we're handing out more codes, but it's not a normal thing, but it seems to be happening. Since we happen to have a lot of special Sundays coinciding. One was our coming back Sunday from our trip. Today was us doing this. And next Sunday will be Independence Day. So got kind of lucky. Oh, there's a tool for it? Thank you, Jamie. I'll check it later when I'm more awake. But anyways, guys, thanks for stopping by. Greatly appreciate it as always. It definitely means a lot to have you guys here. And sticking around to us past midnight. Though some of you might actually be a good timing because it's a weird time, or not a weird time zone. It might actually be a better time than when we normally stream. But anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys later. Thanks as always. Greatly appreciated for stopping by. And I'll see you guys soon. We'll have the Monday video up soonish. It's almost that time. Though it'll take a little while after I get it recorded and everything. Still need to make the teams for it. Hopefully I'll get it done beforehand, but still need to record it. Get it up, all that good stuff. Hopefully it'll be up in like 5 hours from now so I can go sleep. But anyways, guys, we'll catch you later. And thanks for stopping by. I feel like I'm repeating myself. Goodbye already.